Hello. I think I may have some information on the little boy that has no name.
Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Gisela K. This is Grizzly True Crime and it's trial time, and I'm just so excited for this trial because this was a cold case for 23 years. It took 23 years to identify this beautiful little boy, William DaShawn Hamilton. If you missed the entire case presentation that I've already done on this case, which was a few days ago, I will link it in the description box for you and I would recommend checking it out. But so that we could start day one of this trial off right, I'll do a quick recap of the case just so that you know what's really happening here. Okay, so that we're all on the same page, especially for someone who's a replay watcher and maybe they're watching the trial later. The other thing I want to say is if you saw the last trial we covered, it was the eye drops murder trial of Jesse Kershevsky, who's yet to be sentenced, by the way. That one, what I did there was a defluffed version of the trial. So we delayed things by a day, so that I could edit, the full day of trial coverage and take out all the fluff, which was the coffee break, the lunch breaks, the tea breaks. Now, some trials we are going to cover live, and other trials we are going to do in the defluffed way. For this trial, I'm not too sure yet what we're doing, but we're starting day one off with a slight delay, okay? So it already started, about 2 hours ago, they started streaming from the courtroom, and I was beyond excited because if you saw my first live stream on this case, the case presentation, you know how highly us Grizzlies think of Angeline Hartman, spokesperson for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, who was a Fox 5 reporter, who was there the day that, as a reporter, this body was found. And the incredible work she's done, her podcast and everything. Wow, right? And so I've actually made contact with her. And thank you to all the Grizzlies who've shown us so much love and support with listening to her podcast, which is linked in the description box, and on X, because she's definitely felt the love, okay? So I made contact with her, and she said she's going to be in the courtroom, and I'm like, but are they streaming it? What's going to happen? But they are. I'm so excited there's cameras in the courtroom because it's never a guarantee. To see a case from 1998 go to trial in 2024, oh my word. Actually, I should update my intro, right? It says 2023 trial. It's 2024 trial. Wow. Okay, so let me just quickly move myself here, and then I'm going to give you a quick presentation so that you can just know briefly what happened here. So we've gone over the history of, this is the lady that's on trial, Teresa Black. She is the mother of William DaShawn Hamilton. And so I'm actually not going to go through over all of that right there because that's some background info, right? Now, in 1998, she actually moved from Charlotte, North Carolina to Atlanta, Georgia, and she went by Teresa Ann Bailey, and she now goes by Teresa Ann Black. When she was released from prison, that was for a different event, she lived in Charlotte, North Carolina with her son, where she worked as an exotic dancer and spent time at a local shelter for women and children. A woman known only as Ava, and oh man, if you know about Ava, you know. We'll look at a clip of her later, okay? She's the one who called in the tip. Never gave up on finding this little boy. And her tip was the lead that they needed. to help solve this case, to help identify little William DaShawn Hamilton. Okay, so Ava said that she knew them in North Carolina and helped to take care of Teresa's son. She described him as funny, witty, adventurous, and an intelligent little boy who loved to dance. She said he liked to crack jokes, he liked to draw a lot, color, mainly read books. He didn't want you to read to him, he wanted to read to you. I really hope that there will be justice for William DaShawn Hamilton. I'm a little worried because it's been so long, so I'm a little worried about the evidence that they would have against the defendant, right? Now, in December of 1998, she pulled her son out of school in North Carolina and they moved to Atlanta. She returned to North Carolina in 1999, but without her son, and had changing stories about where he was. She later then moved to Phoenix, Arizona, which was around 2017. On February 26th of 1999, the unidentified remains of a child were found near a cemetery near Panthersville in Georgia. A cemetery worker found Hamilton in a shallow grave in a wooded area near a cemetery at Clifton Springs and Clifton Church Roads. We did some map time in our original presentation of this case. Officials determined that he was an African-American male between the ages of 5 and 7 and had been dead for at least 3 months. He was wearing a blue and white plaid shirt, red denim jeans, and brown Timberland boots. And Angeline Hartman said, "You'll never see little Timberland boots the same way again after learning about this case." We are going to listen to the opening statements coming up shortly. Of course, they're already busy with it. We've delayed it a bit so in case there was fluff, okay? Now, here's some pictures as well of the area that he was found in. On the right-hand side, of course, his boots and the shirt. Oh, the little picture of him, William DaShawn Hamilton, his mother, pictured to my right-hand side. Okay, so the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, I've also linked their website in my description box. It is somewhere where I like to donate to because they do such incredible work. Oh, man. So despite continued efforts by the DeKalb County Police Department and Medical Examiner's Office, as well as media coverage of the case, this young boy remained unidentified for decades. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, became involved in the case in 2000, and they provided renderings of the boy featuring the story on their website and social media channels, and they followed a few leads. In 2019, a NCMEC forensic artist had actually completed a facial reconstruction rendering that received media coverage and drew public interest back to the case. And when Ava saw that, she's like, "Oh, I think I know who that is." They said with this new reconstruction, you can really connect with him by looking at his face, explains Angeline Hartman. "We are talking about a little boy who deserves to be given his name back. I just don't accept that we can't find answers." And Angeline never accepted that there would be no answers. She stayed on this case all this time, which is so incredible. Even launched a podcast. There's 6 episodes to listen to, and all her other episodes are very interesting as well, okay? So Ava, who knew Teresa and her son in 1998, saw the rendering and then called in her tip in May of 2020. She called Angeline Hartman's podcast line, and she also called the NCMEC and the police. She was just like, "Oh my word, I think I know this little boy." DeKalb County police and prosecutors then followed that lead. After many months of investigating, they tracked down Teresa Black and got a DNA sample from her, which matched DNA recovered at the scene. With the help from DNA analysis lab Bode Technology, investigators were able to identify him after 23 years as William DaShawn Hamilton. Oh, man. So we heard that he loved to read books and color, so why? Maybe, you know how we share sometimes emojis in honor of the victims? Let's share like little books. You know, you can, if you find that emoji, let me know. I'm sure you can find it. So let's share like books and crayons or something, right? You like to read and you like to color. Now, he was only known as Clifton Doe, or Dennis. They also had a nickname as him, Dennis, from 1999 to July of 2022. His remains were found in a wooded area near the small cemetery I told you about. And then he had the substance or substances containing diphenhydramine and acetaminophen and had suffered blunt force trauma. So they said that's Tylenol and Benadryl. So that's going to be a huge part of the case as well. There we go. You've got the books and crayons going. Awesome. So Teresa's indictment says that she failed to seek medical treatment for him and did not ever report him missing. Yeah, we're going to be looking at opening statements. We are. All right, so Angeline Hartman, spokesperson for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, said that the case demonstrates why we never give up hope, and I couldn't agree more. For more than 2 decades, a woman in Charlotte who knew William and his mother followed her gut. We know it's so important to follow your gut, right? That something wasn't right, and she kept looking for him. We're grateful she never stopped until she found a rendering of William online and gave investigators the missing piece to help solve this case. I can't even believe it. Okay, after 2003, Teresa had no known contact with the legal system for some time until resurfacing in Alaska in 2010 when she was sued over unpaid medical bills. And she was arrested on June 28th of 2022 in Phoenix, Arizona. She was extradited to Atlanta, Georgia. If you didn't see my case coverage yesterday in my video section, that's also a case out of Phoenix, Arizona, the Lauren Heike case, and I've shared some safety tips there as well you might be interested in. She's been charged with 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of cruelty to children. Why 2 counts? Because he's under the age of 12, and also aggravated assault and concealing the death of another. Her trial it was jury selection that started on January 2nd of 2024, which was yesterday, and here we are, day 1 opening statements, okay, in DeKalb County, Georgia. She's 46 years old now. For far too long, this precious little boy had no name and no story. Through the tireless efforts of several individuals and organizations who were determined not to let this boy be forgotten, William has been identified and justice will be served in his memory. I really hope so, said the District Attorney, Sherry Boston. Thank you, Impots. Really appreciate it. I'm so excited for trial time with you guys again. You know we love to watch trials together. In this case, I just really hope there'll be justice for William DaShawn Hamilton. Either way, man, we're here for him. We're here to honor as well Angeline Hartman's hard work. Ava, who never ever stopped trusting her gut and never stopped looking for him. It's an amazing story, right? So Teresa Ann Bailey briefly worked at this establishment known as Pleasers and may have been obtaining assistance from the Atlanta Day Shelter for Women and Children. And so they are still asking, okay, anyone who may have known or interacted with her or William during that time in the metro area can call these tip lines. It's in the description box for you, okay? So never forget William DaShawn Hamilton. All right, so that is the presentation, you guys. I hope that now we're all up to speed. If you are lost or confused, there will be timestamps throughout these trial days, whether we watch it live or defluff it or whatever we do. I will always do timestamps for you, number 1. Number 2, check the description box. There's always a write-up for you. If you feel like, oh man, I just want to refresh myself quickly, there is a write-up there for you. All right, now the defense is currently busy with their opening statements. I started late on purpose just to see, how it goes today. So just stand by. I'm going to now put the court on here. I'm so glad that they have the cameras in the courtroom. I can't even tell you. So we have boosted the sound. I'm going to say, though, when I listen to where they've been streaming it in 2 places so far, I can only hear it in my right ear. So if you are wearing like an earbud in your left ear and you can't hear anything, switch to the other ear, okay? It's obviously recorded in mono, not dual, right? Okay, so let me just see where exactly they start. It's here. Okay, so this is now the prosecutor's opening statements. Earlier in the day, I'm just quickly going to tell you some notes that I was making. Earlier in the day, they were actually the prosecution and the defense were arguing about a few things, just talking about a few things, right? And by the way, the judge is Stacey Heydrich. The prosecution so far is Shannon Hodder, and the defense is Sam Welty. Let me just quickly write his Sam Welty, just so that I also have it on hand at all times, okay? Yeah, trial time, Woody. Now, they were saying that they tested skeletal muscle, and that skeletal muscle during the autopsy showed a level of Benadryl and Tylenol that the medical examiner says would mean there would have been a toxic amount in his blood at the time. Ooh, that's going to be a big part of this case. And the defense is saying, nope, you can't prove that it's any more than a normal level because, it was so long. They only found his body after about 3 months, and they only identified him 23 years later. So, wow. Okay, so that's what they were talking about this morning. They're talking about Dr. Gonsalves, the medical examiner, and that he would have been exposed to Tylenol and Benadryl. The defense says only one time. The prosecution says no, our expert will say that it's toxic levels, so we shall see. He had also suffered blunt force trauma, and so they're going to be talking about that. So, of course, trigger warning, everyone. This is, of course, a true crime case, and we are watching a trial, and this case does involve the alleged murder of a child. All right? So let's start watching. I'm so excited to watch with you, and the reason I also started a bit later today is in case we need to skip over breaks or something, then we can at least do that. Okay, here we go. Hope you can hear nicely. Now, for now, it's just paper sounds.
Good morning, everyone. On February the 26th of 1999, the skeletal remains of a small child were discovered in a wooded area in DeKalb County at the intersection of Clifton Springs and Clifton Church Road. This wooded area was next to a cemetery across the street from a church nearby that location. A gravedigger who was working that day happened to walk into that wooded area to relieve himself and came upon this discovery. He immediately notified the police department, and police responded with crime scene investigators and the medical examiner's office. The scene was secured and processed, and the remains were recovered. You'll hear that the child was lying on top of the pine straw with no apparent effort to conceal his body, but it was in a secluded area of those woods, a place that he went for a period of months without being found.
Okay, everyone, so enjoy watching the opening statements with me. And now I'm glad you can hear. Everyone says the sound is good, so I have boosted it for us. It wasn't so good, but it's boosted here. Grizzly True Crime, as you know, we like boosted sound, boosted audio, clear visuals and things, so I boosted the color for you as well. Okay, so here we go.
You'll also hear that the child's skull had become detached from his body and was located between 6 and 7 feet away from the rest of the remains. When law enforcement came and processed the scene, they collected the body, they evaluated the earth below the body, they were able to recover some additional bones, teeth, fingers, and most of the skeleton was recovered. That skeleton was then transported to the medical examiner's office, where a death investigation occurred. You're going to hear from the medical examiner that participated and took part in that autopsy back in 1999, the day after the skeleton was recovered. You're going to hear that when they examined the child, he was clothed. He had a pullover style shirt that was plaid, kind of thermal in quality. He had a pair of red jeans and Timberland boots. After the examination, they determined, based on the size of the bones, measurements that were taken from the bones, as well as the size of the clothing and the shoes, that the remains belonged to a boy, roughly 5 to 7 years of age, and that boy had been decomposing for a period of time between 3 to 6 months. That was the estimate of the medical examiner as well as the anthropologist that did the initial investigation. Because the child was so severely decomposed, most of the types of evidence that a medical examiner would traditionally look at to help determine a cause of death was not available. There was very little skin to look for evidence of wounds or trauma. The organs weren't present to evaluate. There was no blood to test. But what was present was a child's skeleton and some tissue around the legs. The skeleton was evaluated, and the only evidence of trauma was a fracture to the right zygomatic area of the skull. That's going to be just under your eye socket. There were no other indications of trauma located on the skeleton. the professionals are going to tell you that they cannot tell you how this fracture occurred. It could be that this fracture occurred after the child's death, while the child was in the woods. It could be a result of carnivorous scavenging animals that may have disrupted the skeleton while the child was out in the woods. That is a possibility. However, you will hear that typically when you see scavenging activity, that's going to be accompanied by teeth marks, scratch marks surrounding the bone as well, and those were not present. You will also hear that this kind of fracture could occur as a result of a traumatic injury while the child was alive. Blunt force trauma. That could be from striking a child or from the child being in an injury or an accident, such as a car accident where his face was impacted. But what you'll hear is blunt force trauma in this particular area of a child's skull is not very common. And so it is typically seen in abuse cases or, again, something like a car accident. Given the advanced stage of decomposition, the medical examiner had to harvest some of that muscle tissue around the legs, that skeletal muscle, and they sent it off for toxicological examination. When you send tissue for that kind of examination, you're going to hear that what they're looking for is the presence of both illegal drugs and legal drugs. They're going to be looking for your street drugs such as cocaine, crack, marijuana, things of that nature, as well as over-the-counter and prescription medications. Anything that can help give us any indication what might have been going on with this child. And you will hear that 2 drugs and a metabolite were present in the skeletal muscle of this child's tissue: acetaminophen and diphenhydramine. And the metabolite was a diphenhydramine metabolite. Now, what the professionals are not going to be able to tell you is how much of these medicines this child had. That is not something they're able to tell you based on what was present in the muscle. However, the metabolite is instructive and can tell us that the child was administered the drugs shortly before his death. Those are the only conclusions that the medical examiner's office, in partnership with the toxicologist and the anthropologist, were able to make at the time. And so the child's death was ruled undetermined. That's how his death certificate was filled out. He was listed as a child Doe because they didn't know who he was. And that was the findings of the medical examiner's report back in 1999, the day after the skeleton was found. From that point, you're going to hear about the Herculean effort by the medical examiner's office, the DeKalb County Police Department, to try to identify this child and determine why he ended up in those woods and what may have killed him. You're going to hear about how the neighborhood was scoured and canvassed for any witnesses. They spoke to members of the church. They sent bolos out to nearby area law enforcement. Are there any missing children that match this description, these clothing, this age, this gender, in any of our nearby counties? That information was sent out nationwide in databases that could be accessed by law enforcement all over the country to compare against their missing persons cases. The medical examiner's office worked with the Federal Trade Commission to track down the manufacturers of the child's shirt and pants and boots, and then worked with those manufacturers to try to determine if they could pinpoint where those clothing items were sold. They reached out to the media. There were news stories. The AJC printed articles, all soliciting information about this child who had been found in the woods, giving details about the clothing that he was wearing, over a bit. Anything that they knew about him, and asking the community for help. At one point, even the governor signed a proclamation and issued an order that any tips leading to the identification of this child would be rewarded with a $5,000 reward. And that was published to the community at large as well. But the case went cold. This child was not identified. There were tips, there were leads, they were all explored, and they were all excluded. From that point, the child was packaged and placed in a cabinet at the medical examiner's office, where he was known as a child Doe or Clifton Doe until the point at which he could be identified. With no family to...
I'm just going to interrupt quickly. That's what I do sometimes, right? That's what you're watching here for. If you want to watch it just without interruptions, commentary, or my face, you can watch that if you just type in Teresa Black trial, and you'll find it live in a few places. Okay, so I just want to say that they did eventually call him Dennis because they felt they don't want to just say Clifton Doe or Child Doe. They really wanted to, and I mean the whole team, the investigators and everyone, the NCMEC, they were like, okay, we really want to work on this case. He cannot just remain unidentified. And it took 23 years to actually find his real name. But at some point they said Dennis, so they could like connect with him more, you know what I mean? Which was very sweet as well.
To return his remains to. That little boy's skeleton sat in the medical examiner's office for over 20 years. For over 20 years. It wasn't until a very special person who happened all this time that the DeKalb County Police Department was trying to identify this child, happened to also be searching for him. And it wasn't until she came across an artistic rendering of this little boy that we were able to determine who he was. See, over the years, while William may have been placed in that cabinet at the medical examiner's office, he was not forgotten. No, stories continued to be printed. Podcasts were created. There were clay renderings made of what the child might have looked like.
A specific podcast was made called Inside Crime. It's linked in my description box. Go and listen to the 6 episodes that Angeline Hartman did. She said she's so thankful for all the Grizzlies who are listening to her podcast, and she does hope that you guys will check out her podcast as well. So if you've never heard of it, it's in my description box. Also, I'm probably going to be speaking with Angeline Hartman, who, if you've seen the beginning of this episode or this live stream and the previous one, then you know who I'm talking about, right? Very important person in this case. Never gave up on trying to share information to help identify this little boy. Okay, I'm probably going to speak to her at some point, and then I asked if we could maybe have like a Zoom meeting or something that I could record so that I could show you guys, like to interview her and talk about this case. Probably a debrief after the trial, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, so you can look forward to that.
Drawings of what the child might have looked like. These were published through both law enforcement and organizations dedicated to children, missing children, and unidentified deceased children. One of them, known as the National known as NCMEC, actually published one of these renderings that was seen.
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I really love that organization. Also linked in my description box. If you donate to them, 100% of the proceeds go to them. And I think you could even claim it on tax, is what someone said in the chat last time. So, okay, so check that out as well. They did such incredible work. They made that rendering that we saw in the beginning of this live stream in the presentation that I shared with you. And it's because of their forensic art rendering that Ava, who knew William when she last saw him, he was a little boy, 5, 6 years old, shame, man. And she's the only one that we've heard from now that brought him to life, meaning because she knew him. She said he loved to read books, he loved to color, he loved big words, he liked to read to you. Like, it's just so nice to be able to, that he had someone caring in his life at a time who just loved him so much. And when his mother, Teresa, who's on trial, pulled him out of school and suddenly said she's moving across the country, Ava said that she hugged William that day and they didn't want to let go of each other. And she's just like, I love you so much and I'm going to miss you. And he said, okay, bye, and miss you too and everything. And she never saw him again. And she never, ever gave up on trying to find him, right? So this prosecutor talking about the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
By this woman who knew who the little boy was. And this woman's name is Ava McNeil. Ava McNeil looked for William all those years because she was a friend of William's mother. She met William's mother back in 1995, and they became very good friends. William was about 3 at the time, and she took a real shine to him. She's going to tell you that William was a bright, sweet child, and that she became very attached to him. She and Teresa spent a lot of time together. They were neighbors, they lived very close by, and at one point they were spending almost every day together. So William was a big part of Ava's life. But she worried about William because William didn't seem to have a very good life. William seemed to have a tough time. She's going to tell you how Teresa was not very loving towards William. She spoke roughly towards him, that William often appeared dirty and disheveled, that his clothes smelled as if he wasn't being bathed, that his hair was not routinely cut, and that the school even complained about his odor to his family. This was despite the fact that Teresa took care of herself. You'll hear that she often had her hair and makeup done, had her nails done. She had a good job. She was living with her father at the time and his girlfriend. And before that, her mother, before she passed away. She had access to resources, but she didn't share them with her son. You're going to hear that Ava would ask to take William out because she felt sorry for him. He didn't seem to ever get to leave the house. He didn't seem to get to play like normal children. But Teresa wouldn't let him. Other people felt sorry for William too and would give clothing and toys to Teresa. But Teresa would just put them in a closet and never give them to William. Ava will even tell you about 2 separate incidents where she observed Teresa become physical with the child in a way that bothered her. On one occasion, the little boy complained about something he was eating, and Teresa slung him into another room and came after him, and Ava had to intervene so the child could run out of the house. In another incident, the little boy wanted to go outside and play, and Teresa wouldn't let him, and when he got upset, she punched him in the chest and called him a punk. This was the life that William Hamilton was living. Ava McNeil reported to NCMEC that this is who that little boy was. That he was the child of Teresa Bailey. And with that information, they went to North Carolina. They investigated. They were able to pull William's birth certificate. They were able to find a little boy from Charlotte, North Carolina, whose parents were Teresa Ann Bailey, now Teresa Black, and his father was William Harris Hamilton. From that point, they went to the father. They found him in Charlotte, North Carolina, interviewed him, and he indicated he did have a son named William, but he had lost contact with him when he was a small child, that his mother had prevented him from seeing him, and so he didn't have a relationship with him anymore. But he had no idea and was completely shocked to learn that a child that was found dead in the woods in DeKalb County could be his son, William. He gave consent to provide a sample of his DNA that was then compared to a sample from the child's remains. And you'll hear that there was evidence of a relationship or support for a relationship, a familial relationship between those remains and Mr. Hamilton, the father. With that information, the case was turned over to DeKalb County law enforcement to follow up on additional leads. It was determined that Teresa needed to be interviewed. She was located at the time living in Arizona. At that point, law enforcement from DeKalb County arranged with the local police department to obtain a search warrant for Teresa's DNA and to try to interview Teresa out in Arizona. That is February the 15th of 2021, excuse me. When they fly out to Arizona to meet with Teresa and bring her into the interview room, she's advised of her rights. She agrees to waive her rights and speak with the officers. And they ask her about where she's lived over the years and if she has any children. Initially, Teresa says nothing about ever living in Georgia and nothing about having a son. She has a 17-year-old daughter that she talks about. They ask if there are any more children, and she says, just my daughter. At that point, the officers ask her about Georgia. And Teresa does admit that, yes, I did spend some time in Georgia. And then pretty quickly, you'll see, because you're going to hear this interview, it was videotaped, you're going to have a chance to see it as well. Pretty quickly, I did have a son. I do have a son. When she begins talking about her son, she initially says that she lost contact with him because she moved to Atlanta with her son, didn't have the means to take care of him, and left him with a friend that she met in Atlanta, and had lost touch with him by the time he was age 7 and hasn't heard from him since. Officers didn't believe that story, and they kept pressing. They challenged it. They said, so you really believe that you have a 30-year-old son alive out there living in Atlanta? She said she did. She did. They show her the artistic rendering of the little boy that was found dead in DeKalb County. They tell her that they believe that William is dead, and they believe she knows something about it. For a while, she keeps up the act. Very surprised, can't believe he's dead, very upset. But finally, Teresa admits that not only does she know that William was dead, but she was with him and he was in her care when he died. She tells officers that she moved to Atlanta looking for a fresh start with William. That initially she was staying in hotels, but her money ran out quickly. And at that point, they were having issues with housing, finding enough to eat. They were sleeping in random parks and places where they could find, and eating out of dumpsters. She said that she knew something was wrong with William, but she didn't know what. She thought maybe he wasn't getting enough to eat, so she would get him some more food, but that didn't seem to help. She said he was lethargic, that he didn't want to get up, that he didn't want to talk. The officers, knowing that this cold medicine, this diphenhydramine and acetaminophen, are what are commonly known as Tylenol, Benadryl. And you'll hear that they are found in those nighttime cold medications like Tylenol PM. Officers, knowing that those drugs had been found in William's system, asked Teresa if she ever gave him any cough medicine. She says, no, I might have given him a lozenge, but that was so he had something to eat. And she says more than once, I didn't give him any cough syrup. Teresa also indicates that at this time,
what happened here?
Says we have lost the signal.
Hold on. If you don't touch the screen for a while, does it wiggle the mouse? Oh, it's showing up there. Wiggle the mouse.
Did you see how we teleported through that? There we go.
Miss Black indicated that they were wandering around and came across these woods one night looking for a place to sleep. That she knew something was wrong with William. She never went to a doctor. She never took him to a hospital or an urgent care center. And that they went to sleep in these woods that she came across one night. And the next morning she woke up and William was dead. She didn't know what to do, so she left him there. You're going to hear that William was withdrawn from school in Charlotte, North Carolina on December the 1st of 1998. So we can narrow the time frame. That's why you heard the date range you did in the indictment, December the 1st of 1998 until February the 26th of 1999. We know that William was taken from Charlotte, North Carolina, somewhere about December the 1st of 1998, and by February the 26th of 1999, he is found dead in those woods, severely decomposed. You'll also hear that in the course of Ms. Black's interview, she admitted that she never enrolled William in school while he was in Georgia. Given the advanced stage of decomposition, you'll hear from experts that William couldn't have been in Atlanta for very long, given the fact that they're estimating that he had been decomposing for about 3 months. So William died shortly after he got to Atlanta. In the context of the relationship that he had with his mother, the way he was being treated, the way his body was hidden in the woods, the fact that Teresa was not honest about giving him medications, this all became very concerning. You're going to hear that while these are over-the-counter substances, diphenhydramine and acetaminophen can be toxic to children. And you have to be very careful in how you administer these drugs to children. And that's why, as I'm sure you all know from your common experience, there are lots of instructions about properly medicating children with these substances. And in fact, in children under 6, it's often not even advised that you give these types of medications without the consult and advice of a doctor. Again, that is because these drugs can be specifically toxic to children if not given in the correct doses or if used for an improper purpose. You're going to hear that even if a child is given too much of these medications or the wrong amounts, that can be treated. If you go to the hospital, there are ways to treat that. But if it goes untreated, a child can die a very slow and painful death. The symptoms of this sort of toxicity in a child would be nausea, confusion, fatigue, lethargy, the very symptoms Ms. Black described William having in her interview with the police department. You're going to hear from a number of witnesses during the course of this trial who not only are going to tell you about where these remains were recovered, how they were recovered in the area, but they're also going to tell you about Ms. Black, her friends, her life, about William. You're going to hear from a number of medical experts. And I do want to do a little housekeeping. While you're listening to the evidence during the course of the trial, I just want you to be aware that not everything you see in court is going to go back in the jury room with you for your deliberations. And we like to go ahead and point this out here at the beginning just so it's not a surprise. And you can take special note of certain types of evidence while it's up if you have concerns about remembering it later. So for example, the evidence that will be back in the juror room with you for your deliberations is going to be any of the photographs that we tender, any documents or maps, and any of the physical evidence. What cannot go back with you, and this is just by law, there's nothing that we can do about it, are any of the police reports that are discussed, any lab reports or scientific reports. We're not going to have a transcript, as Judge Heydrich told you earlier on, available for you to go back and listen to or read about what witnesses testified to, or any of the audio video recordings. You won't have them back there that you can just play over and over. But there is a little caveat with any audio or video recordings, and that's that if you need to hear something again, if you need to see something again, you can always send a note to the judge. We'll all come back into the courtroom together, and you can listen to it again. And I just like to highlight that for you at the beginning here. So again, if you feel like you need to take certain notes, you'll know what you will and will not have back in the deliberation room with you. Over the course of the trial, it's going to become clear that Teresa Black is responsible for her child's death. After you hear from the witnesses, after you hear the evidence, you'll know that Teresa Black had no connection to this wooded area where she left her son. It wasn't near the strip club where she was working at the time. It wasn't near the Decatur area where she thinks she might have been staying at one point. It wasn't near any shelters or places to seek assistance. It's just a residential neighborhood for someone who recently moved to Atlanta and didn't have a car. It was a significant distance from the area where she was actually staying. And what's going to become clear is that these woods were not some place she just happened upon. They weren't a location where she just decided to lay her head down one night. What these woods were a dump site. These woods were where she chose to dump William's body, to conceal his death, to prevent the discovery of the fact that her child had died in her care, and to prevent the authorities from being able to determine exactly how it was that he died. Over the course of the trial, it will become clear that Teresa Black is responsible. That she took this child away from his home. Ava will tell you she didn't know of anyone that Teresa had in Atlanta, any friends or any family. She questioned Teresa why she was going to Atlanta, and the best she could tell, Teresa wanted a fresh start. But she didn't have anything there. She was leaving a home where William had a place to sleep at night, where William had grandparents on both sides, both his mother's side and his father's side. You'll hear that there was a lengthy period of time where Teresa wasn't in William's life, and that her parents had actually taken care of him for her, with the help of his paternal grandparents, his aunt, and his father. That it was William's father who actually enrolled him in school and was the contact for William. She took him from all these people to go live in Atlanta, even though she had offers to help. Offers to take care of William while she stabilized herself, got a place to stay. And when William became sick because of medications that she was giving him, she didn't take him to the doctor. She didn't take him to the hospital. She didn't get him any help. And as a result, William died what was very likely a very slow and painful death, and was then left to rot in the woods until some random gravedigger happened to go relieve himself in the woods almost 3 months later. This is why Teresa Black has been charged in this indictment with 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of cruelty to children, 1 count of aggravated assault, and concealing the death of another. I expect defense counsel is going to stand up before you and say that there's no way that you can know what happened to William. There's no way that the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the evidence left behind of his skeleton is just not enough. But remember during the course of this trial that those remains are not the only evidence. You can take into consideration the circumstances of the relationship between William and his mother. You can take into consideration how she was treating William, how she was living with William. You can take into consideration the lies that she told police, the fact that she concealed that she was giving him cough medicine, the fact that she concealed his death. All of that is evidence. You don't get to benefit from the fact that you successfully hid evidence from the police. And that's exactly what the defense is going to ask you to do. Give her the benefit because she did a good job hiding what she did to her son. At the end of this trial, we're going to come back before you and we're going to ask you to render a verdict that is long overdue. Long overdue. For over 20 years, this child went unidentified. A child Doe, sitting in a cabinet at the medical examiner's office, waiting to be reunited with his family so that they could properly bury him. It is time to give this child justice. It is time to give his family justice. And we're going to ask you to return a verdict of guilty on each and every count. Thank you.
Thank you.
Was that brilliant or what, you guys? I think that was so good. I've been reading your comments, clear, concise, chronological, easy to understand. I think it was brilliant. What do you think? Welcome to the stream. If you're only joining now, we are watching day 1 of this trial. We are delayed on purpose in case we need to teleport through some fluff, which will be breaks or, whatever they're doing. If they've got like they had earlier, a little bit of a problem with the computers, and then we'll see what we do from tomorrow, okay? I will be covering this entire trial. Whether we're going to do it a day delay after this or not, we shall see. So far, so good. And I really hope there will be justice for little William DaShawn Hamilton. We've already learned a lot from just the prosecutor's opening statements, Shannon Hodder, that they found his father. He had no idea, he couldn't believe what he heard. Teresa had cut contact with him. And so this is why I was saying, I think she was estranged from her family. She seems to have run around with William and didn't look for help, really, not with her family. She was in a shelter for a while, a woman and children's shelter for a bit, because I see some people ask that as well. But there's a few questions that have been answered already, and she did have another child. And I think it was because they said she's 17 years old. So I don't know if she's 17 now or if she was 17 at the time when they interviewed her. It sounded to me like when they interviewed her, which they said was, I think it was in February of 2021. That is when they heard about the daughter. So I think she might be, 19 or 20 or something now. We will see. We are also going to see Ava on the stand today. So brace yourself for that. I'm sure it's going to be very emotional. And thank you for being here so we can all watch this together. Okay, now it's going to be the defense's opening statements. So here we go. Let's hear what they've got to say. Of course, Teresa is innocent until proven guilty, and this case is 25 years old now. was a case from 1998, and it took 23 years to identify this little boy, William DaShawn Hamilton. I keep saying his name. Use the hashtag William DaShawn Hamilton. I've already started it on X. So if you do use that hashtag, you can also say hashtag Teresa Black Trial and hashtag Grizzly True Crime. Then we'll all find it on social media and we can post and reshare and be here for this little boy, for William DaShawn Hamilton. You know, we can be here together collectively, his voice, as we watch this trial unfold. All right, now let's hear what the defense has to say.
Mr. Welty?
Zooming out, cameraman.
Timberland boots, double knotted, dressed appropriate for the weather, no cavities. These are the observations of DeKalb County Police and DeKalb County medical examiners when they found William in February of 1999. I'm Sam Welty. My co-counsel is Ryan Bozarth, and we have the privilege of representing Miss Teresa Black in this case. After all the evidence is presented, it will be clear to you that William was not neglected, he was not abused by his mother. I want to introduce you to Miss Black. I'm going to call her Teresa. She is 46 years old. She has an 18-year-old daughter that loves her very much. She has a partner who she has lived with for many years, and they all live in Arizona together. She's been with the same company for the past 12 years, and she works very hard there. She's a good employee. Teresa has had a difficult life. She had William when she was 15, 2 weeks after her 15th birthday. When she turned 18, her mother passed away tragically. Now, her mother was her support system. Her mother was part of William's support system. That was a tragic blow to that family, that Teresa's mother passed away when she was only 18 years old with a 3-year-old son. William's father really wasn't in the picture much. He didn't really contribute financially. So it was at that point, when she was 18 in Charlotte, it was Teresa and William fending for themselves. Right around when Teresa turned 21 and William was 6, Teresa lost her job in Charlotte. And she couldn't find work right away. It was tough. Like I said, it was her and William on their own. So she made a decision. And that decision was to move to Atlanta, to seek opportunity, to seek a job, to seek work, so she could support her son, because that was the only choice that she had. Now, she'll tell you herself that 20-year-old decision, it may have been a naive one. She didn't know people here. She didn't have a job opportunity right away. She didn't know the city well. But that decision was the best decision she knew to make to find work. She thought she was going to find work here. She brought a few $100s with her for hotel rooms, and that's where they stayed for about a week. For about a week, they're in hotel rooms, but that money ran out quickly, and like many families, then and now, they fell into a cycle of homelessness. It was her and William on the street asking folks for money, asking folks for food. They would take the MARTA bus during the day just to have something to do to stay warm. We're talking the winter of 1998 going into 1999. This was tough, but she was doing her best with what she had. They could stay in shelter sometimes, but as I'm sure you understand, shelters fill up. That was not an option for them. So what they would do, once they got a better landscape of the city, they got to know the MARTA bus route well. And they would find quiet places to sleep, not near bus stops. They'd get off at a bus stop, walk a little ways to a quiet area where William would be safe and it would be quiet and they wouldn't be disturbed. Now, this went on for a few weeks, maybe a month. They're struggling, but they're making it. She is working towards her goal of getting a stable job, trying to get an ID in Atlanta. One day, like many kids do, William got sick. Now, at the time, and you got to put this in perspective, Teresa had been raising William. She knew him well. She knew that he would get sick sometimes, like many parents know that their kids get sick. They get a snotty nose about every 2 weeks, it seems. This was not out of the norm for William and for a regular parent. So she gave him some medicine, like any prudent parent would do. She gave him some medicine. They took the MARTA bus and they ended up in Decatur. They got off the bus and walked to a quiet, wooded area. What the state would call the incident location. This is near Clifton Springs Road, right across from a church, a safe, a quiet place where they can get some sleep and some peace so they can get up in the morning and continue to survive. So that night, Teresa puts William to bed. She says, "I love you." And she kisses him goodnight, and they go to sleep.
How do you know
together,
that?
alone. Teresa wakes up in the morning. The sun is out, and she shakes William to try to get him up, like she's done hundreds of times, like parents do wake their kids up. William didn't wake up. She shook him again. "William, wake up. We gotta go. We gotta get some food. Let's start our day." William did not wake up. As I'm sure you can understand, this is every parent's worst nightmare. She panicked, but she didn't leave right away. She paced around. After a few minutes later, she tried to wake him again, but it became clear to her that he was not getting up and he was not breathing. So for the next day, she laid with him. She stayed there with him and hoped for a miracle that his eyes would open and he would get up and they would start their day. But that never happened. And at that point, Teresa had a huge decision to make. And she will tell you herself that it was the wrong decision. What she did was leave William there in his Timberland boots, double knotted, with his thermal jacket and his pants, and she walked away. But like the detective who interviewed her is going to say, and you're going to hear from directly, that is not murder. That is not murder. Speaking of that interview, the state is correct. She did not tell the truth right away. She hadn't told anybody this for years. For 20 years, this guilt was inside of her. These people are strangers. Of course she's not going to tell them right away. But ultimately, in that interview room, she tells them the truth. And she cries. And she tells them what happened. She tells them the truth that lines up with the physical evidence. She tells them the truth that lines up with her and William's life together. She tells them the truth, and she'll tell you the truth that lines up with the experts in this case that you're going to hear from. So I want to talk about the science and the experts in this case because it's going to be a very important part. But before I do that, I want to give you a disclaimer that these pictures, some that you've already seen, are not going to be easy to look at. We're dealing with a young human boy that people loved. But the fact of the matter is that his mother, Miss Black, Teresa, is on trial for his murder. Okay? So, as callous as it may seem sometimes, when we're looking at his bones and we're looking at his skeleton, please, and I'm sure you will, remember that he is a human boy that people loved. But we have to know, and we have to look into the science. We have to look into his body. We have to look into how it was found. And that's why we picked you. We picked you as jurors because we know that those emotions are going to be natural. But you're going to look at the evidence as it is and set aside those emotions. As I said, the science and the experts are crucial in this case. For one reason, because it's so long ago. Some very important things were discovered when Dr. Gowett, who was the medical examiner in DeKalb in 1999, he is the medical examiner in DeKalb in 2024. He uncovered some very important things, and we have an expert as well who is a medical examiner who also came to some very important conclusions that I want to highlight for you. As it pertains to the skeletal muscle that they found of Williams, the state's correct. No conclusions, these medical examiners will tell you no conclusions can be drawn from that skeletal muscle. No conclusions can be drawn about how much was in his system. They can tell you it was in his system. They can tell you it was near his death. They cannot tell you how much, and they will not, because it's not scientifically possible to.
All they were arguing about before the jury entered the room today was that's exactly what the defense said. And the prosecution said, but the doctor will say that the levels were toxic. So we will see that when they have the medical examiner on the stand.
You're also going to hear from the original toxicologist in this case. His name is Dr. George Jackson. He's a leader in his field. He's going to confirm to you, you cannot derive a concentration of a drug from the skeletal muscle. The state's theory in this case is undermined by science. The state's theory in this case is undermined by their own experts. These experts cannot show you and will not show you lethal levels of cough medicine in William's system. You're also going to hear that there was a broken bone in William's face. It's called the zygomatic arch. And you've already seen pictures of how they found William's body. At the time, in 2013, when they looked at this case again, when different experts, anthropologists looked at this case again, and in 2023, when they looked at this case again, their conclusion from the medical examiners, from the anthropologists, is this: that injury to his zygomatic arch is likely the result of post-mortem animal scavenging. And you've seen some of the pictures yourself. That scene was not perfectly preserved. His body was not peacefully lying there, as sad as that is. So it's clear, and the experts are going to tell you, that that was their conclusion. See where things are at this scene. Look closely. Like I said, I know these pictures aren't going to be easy to look at. Use your common sense. Listen to what the experts say. These are experts. They are scientists. They are independent. They are neutral. Listen to them. You're also going to hear from people that knew Teresa and knew William at this time in the 1990s in Charlotte. And some of them are not going to have good things to say about Teresa. There are a couple things, though, that I want you to remember and keep in the back of your mind when they come up and testify. Number one, listen to see if they told anybody in any position of authority about Teresa and William, that she was abusing him, that she was a bad mom in the 1998, 1999, 2000, whenever. You're not going to get DFACS records. You're not going to get police reports from this time that say this woman is hitting her son and he should be taken out of the home. You're not going to get those kinds of records. You're going to hear about other records in this case. You're going to hear about witness statements. You're going to see photographs. You're going to see police reports from the DeKalb County Police Department with it. Because records are important in any criminal case, but especially in a case that is 25 years old. So the absence of those records, any records of abuse between William and Teresa, speaks volumes in a case like this. I also want you to pay attention and keep in the back of your mind how these people feel about Teresa in the year 2024. And how this case, this indictment, and the media coverage has affected their perception of her, how it's affected their memories. They're looking at Teresa, they're looking at this case in a 2024 lens. They cannot take those glasses off and look at this case through a 1998 or a 1999 lens. They cannot do it. So 2 questions can please remember when these folks testify. Can they really, truly remember these details and events from the 90s? And did they ever say or report anything to any person of authority that could have done something? Make a report. The answer to both of those questions is no. There are no reports because there's no record of abuse, because abuse did not happen. And finally, I want to talk to you about the state's investigation. In 2021, they started out with a conclusion. It's a false conclusion, but they started out with a conclusion. And that conclusion was that Teresa caused the death of William. And as I'm sure you'll notice, that investigation, it worked backwards. What facts can we find that fit that narrative? And we're going to disregard the rest. We're going to disregard what the science says. We're going to disregard what the expert says. We're going to disregard some of Teresa's story, but we're going to believe some of it. We're going to cherry pick what we believe and what matches our narrative. And we're going to go with that. And we're going to put that in the indictment. Your job as jurors is to hold the state to the correct standard. They must prove each element, each material element of each count in this indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. As crazy as it sounds, the words in that indictment are all that matter. You might feel the urge, the absolutely human urge, to judge the actions of Teresa at this time in the 90s. That if you were there, you personally would have done it differently. That she could have gone to somewhere to find housing. She could have gone to police. She could have done this or she could have done that. Okay? All of that can be true, and she can still not be guilty of these charges as indicted. She did not kill her son. She did not cause the death of her son. She did not cause the death of her son by giving him too much medication. She did not cause his death by not seeking medical help. She did not hit him in the face and cause that broken bone. Most importantly, the state cannot show you that she did. Now, Mr. Bozarth is going to talk to you more about this at the end of trial, but I want to introduce the thought to you, and I want you to keep it in your mind as you hear these witnesses. The burden of proof is only on the state of Georgia. It is their burden to you to show to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, each element of each count in this indictment. And at the end of this trial, at the end of their evidence, at the end of their version of events, they simply will have not met that burden. Teresa was a young single mother in 1998. She fell on hard times. She and William became homeless and in a cycle of homelessness. And William tragically passed away. Teresa will tell you herself that she made a mistake, a huge mistake, by walking away. She'll tell you she's not perfect. But she did not hurt William, and the state cannot show you that she did. Timberland boots, double knotted, dressed appropriate for the weather, no cavities. This is not the body of a neglected child. This is not the body of an abused child.
All right, thank you.
I must say, this case is going to be interesting to prove, right? I can see what all of you guys are saying. I do think that the prosecution and the defense are presenting their cases pretty well. I can see the snark is already starting. But it is up to the state to prove, and it's possibly going to be difficult. So now let's see. I think Ava's on the stand next. Yep, here we go.
All right, let's call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Ava McNeil.
Okay, while Ava walks up, I'm just turning the sound off for a second. Anita says, no cavities? What? And he had all his baby teeth still. Shame. You know? There we go.
Jury, where it is that you live.
Charlotte, North Carolina.
And how
Sorry, skipped I teleported a little too fast. Here we go. She's being sworn in, and Ava is on the stand. Ava is the lady who called in the tip, okay, that gave investigators the lead that they really needed to help solve this case, to be able to identify William DaShawn Hamilton. So if it wasn't for her tip, it would probably still be a cold case, and shame, he'd probably still be unidentified. So we love Ava, okay?
My name is Ava McNeil, first name ABA, last name McNeil, NCMEC.
Good morning, Ms. McNeil. Could you please tell the jury where it is that you live?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
And how long have you lived in Charlotte?
I've been in Charlotte. I've been back in Charlotte now 12 years.
And if you don't mind me asking, will you tell the jury how old you are?
I'm 50 years old.
Did you live in Charlotte back in 95 through 99?
Yes.
And did you know a woman named Teresa Ann Bailey?
Yes.
I want you to take a moment to look around in the courtroom. Do you see the person that you knew as Teresa Ann Bailey in the courtroom? If you could, please identify what that person is wearing. And where's that person seated? When you say right there, just for the record, if you could describe.
She has
Your Honor, I believe the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection? All right.
Okay, so the court feed has got a lot of background noise. There's nothing I can do about that right now. This is the feed we're getting from the courtroom, okay? We are a little bit delayed. I don't actually know how far behind we are, but we are behind on purpose so we can teleport through any breaks or fluff that they have right now. This is Ava on the stand, and they just asked her to identify Teresa Black. If she could see her, yes, she can, and she was able to point out. So that's what she said so far, and that she is 50 years old and from Charlotte, North Carolina.
What was your relationship to Teresa?
It's my best friend.
When did you meet Teresa?
95.
Can you tell the jury how you and Teresa met?
We were passing in our neighborhood, and William was bouncing, walking, and I saw him and I said, "Hi, handsome," and he said, "Hi, beautiful," and
She looked over at him like she was shocked. He said something, and I was surprised he said that also. And me and her struck up a conversation, and we went from there.
You said that was in 1995?
Yes.
Do you recall about how old William would have been in 95?
About 4 years old.
Did you call Teresa Teresa, or did you have any nicknames for her?
Called her Teresa, Shorty, Reed.
Tell the jury what William was like.
He was fun. He was smart, very smart. To be a 4-year-old, he was a 4-year-old that could read an encyclopedia. Had never been to school before. He was funny. He liked trucks. He just was fun. He was a fun kid.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Showing you states exhibits 1 through 3. If you would take a moment to look at each exhibit.
That's where he built. This is where he would go over Miss Tina sometimes at the school.
Do you recognize exhibits 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
Starting with exhibit 1, how do you recognize this exhibit?
William Woolworth in the corner, one right at the coat.
That's a picture of William in kindergarten.
Is it a yes?
Yes.
And does that picture fairly and accurately depict what William looked like?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders exhibit 1 into evidence.
It is also Ava that provided this picture that we have of William DaShawn Hamilton. Just in case you didn't know.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, submitted.
And exhibit 2, how do you recognize it?
This is the house they went in. They have changed the color, but that's the exact house.
And is that the house that Teresa and William lived in? And is it fairly and accurately depicted in that photograph aside from being a different color?
Yes, this is nice.
Your Honor, the state tenders exhibit 2 into evidence.
No
Excuse
objection.
me.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, thank you. It's submitted.
Then exhibit 3, do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, this is where you go these things.
And does
Okay, so they're showing exhibits of William DaShawn Hamilton, pictures of him that she recognizes. Sam said, do we see the defendant at any point? They did show her earlier in the day. I will try to find a picture of her, or I'll show you later, okay? I'm sure that they'll show her eventually.
does the photograph of that residence fairly and accurately depict Miss Tina's residence? Your Honor, the state tenders exhibit 3 and 2.
All right, they're admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
Sure. Are you not connected? It doesn't look like.
Trying to find a picture of her now.
You have to reconnect.
All right,
Just unplug and plug it
teleport.
Is it okay? Let me break.
We're teleporting now.
We just
Okay, here we go.
It's working now.
yes, Your Honor.
Just gonna pause it quickly. This is a picture of her from earlier. Okay, they showed us a side profile earlier. So I see they're not showing her much at the moment, but this is the defendant, his mother, Teresa Ann Black. Okay, so you can see a picture there now. I just took a screenshot from you from earlier. Okay, so thank you all for being here. Let's continue to watch this together. Thank you, Rob. You said thanks for covering this trial. Gee, I always love to watch trials with you guys, so thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it.
Sorry about that, Ms. McNeil. So you indicated that Exhibit 1, currently on display in front of you and behind you as well. That's William, and when he was in kindergarten.
Make sure you answer yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, when William and when you last saw William, was he in kindergarten?
No.
How old was he?
6. He was going to the first grade.
So from 1995, when you met William and his mother Teresa, until he was in the first grade, how long would you say that was that you knew them?
About 4 years.
And how frequently did you spend time with Teresa and William?
Every day.
Where was Teresa living?
The cameraman is struggling a little bit there. Sorry about that. Hope you're not all getting dizzy. I'm sure it'll get better.
On Beach Nut Road.
Showing you Exhibit 2.
That time.
And who was she living there with?
Her father.
In 1995, when you first met her, who all was living in the house?
Her father, herself, and William.
And then when, over the years, did anyone else live there?
She had a boyfriend that came and stayed maybe somewhere between 4 months and 8 months.
Did her father ever have a girlfriend, or did you
Yes.
ever meet Teresa's mother?
Never met her mother. Her father had a girlfriend at the time.
And did her father's girlfriend ever stay in the house?
Yes.
Was Teresa working?
Yes.
What did Teresa do?
She worked for a uniform service named Airmark.
Was she working there when you last saw her?
Yes.
Are you aware of her losing that job?
No.
Did Teresa ever tell you she lost her job?
No.
Did you have any?
I did not hear that. Where did she work? Otherwise, I have to go back just slightly.
Months and 8 months.
Did her father ever have a girlfriend, or did you
Yes.
ever meet Teresa's mother?
Never met her mother. Her father had a girlfriend at the time.
And did her father's girlfriend ever stay in the house?
Yes.
Was Teresa working?
Yes.
What did Teresa do?
She worked for a uniform service named Airmark.
Was she working there when you last saw her?
Yes.
Are you aware of her losing that job?
No.
Did Teresa ever tell you she lost her job?
No.
Did you have any other indications from the community about whether Teresa may or may not have lost her job? Did you know people that worked with Teresa? When Teresa left, did they ask where Teresa was?
Yes.
Did Teresa help her father with the expenses at that house?
Yes.
And what was their situation financially?
Good.
Did Teresa have enough money to buy groceries?
Judge, speculation.
Yes.
Why don't you establish the foundation? What's the sustained objection?
Your Honor, the witness has already testified that she knew Teresa for 4 years and spent almost every day with her.
Well, ask
that
her.
She was employed.
All right, so ask her if she's what her familiarity is with her financial circumstances.
By the way, I'm sure you guys can hear it. The judge is not just snarky, she's snappy. She's a very strict judge. Let me just get her name again for you. Just hold on one second there. The judge's name is Stacy Heydrich. Sure. And I just saw before the jury was in, I'm like, damn, this lady, oh, she could be snappy. So she's like, okay, we'll hear more of that. So thank you. She worked for Aramark, a uniform service. That's Teresa at the time.
And Ms. McNeil, did you have the opportunity to observe Teresa and her spending habits?
Yes.
Did you and Teresa discuss her obligations and her spending?
Yes.
And did Teresa have money for groceries?
Yes.
Did Teresa have fun money?
Yes.
Did you and Teresa ever go out?
Yes.
What kinds of things would you and Teresa do?
At the time, we were both young, so we smoked weed.
Would you go out for out to bars,
No.
restaurants,
No.
things like that?
No.
Did you ever buy alcohol and have drinks together at the house?
We smoked weed. She bought alcohol. She drank. I didn't.
How was Teresa with her appearance?
I want to get to that. Grandma Cece says, such an important witness and the sound is awful. And we've boosted it. Shame. You won't be able to hear it on normal without the boost. You won't. I don't know, it's very hard to hear. I mean, also like, wait, what? So if you do hear, or if I say, what did they just say? Just type it there for me as well. You guys know I'm a little bit hard of hearing. Okay, I've had ear operations and stuff, but I'm trying my best. I'm hearing as much as I can. I've got my volume up to the max. I've boosted that. I can't boost it too much either. It'll distort because the prosecution is actually pretty loud, right? Okay, so let's keep going.
Kept herself up.
Did Teresa have the ability to buy herself clothes?
Yes.
Did she look nice?
Yes.
Did Teresa ever get her hair done?
No.
Did she ever get her nails done? Did Teresa have a car?
No.
Did Teresa have access to a car?
No.
What was Teresa's relationship with William like?
Standoffish. Like, I don't know. Like maybe she didn't really want to be bothered.
How would Teresa communicate with William?
In a detached way.
Said, how would Teresa communicate with William? And the answer was in a detached way.
Did you have any observations about William or his appearance that caused you any concern?
Yes.
What did you observe?
She didn't like to keep his hair cut. He wasn't regularly bathed. He did have nice clothes.
You indicated that he wasn't regularly bathed. How could you tell?
Because I bathed him. And the water would be muddy.
Were there any other indications? Did he ever smell?
Yes, the school.
There was a loud sneeze in the courtroom there.
Notified us that his shoes had a bad odor and he was smelling, and there was an issue.
How was Teresa with allowing William to play and hang out with friends and other people?
She didn't really.
She what? I think.
She didn't allow it really.
Don't worry, I'll pause and let us know what she says, especially when we can't hear her. I know it's a little bit soft. Teresa didn't let William play with other kids.
Kind of overstepped her boundaries as a mom and did certain things. Like, make sure he went trick-or-treating. Would say we would walk into the store so he would have a chance to play with his little friend guy because she didn't allow it for her.
Did you or anyone else ever give things to Teresa for William?
Yes.
What would she be given?
Clothing, Christmas, Halloween, birthday, everything that you would do for a child. The people, the guys, the girls that lived in our neighborhood, all of us hung out together. We all did things. Helped his haircut, bought stuff for Christmas, birthday, come over birthday, have a party. We would play with him in the yard. I would go trick-or-treating for him when she didn't allow me to go. I would go. I would take up money and we would all buy a big bag of candy from the corner store, like maybe $150, with everybody giving $3, $5, $2 to get up to like $150. Go to the store, buy 2 big bags of candy for him for Halloween because she wouldn't allow me to go trick-or-treating.
Shame. So we're hearing quite a bit there that Ava is saying that her and some other people in the community would buy William bags of candy because Teresa wouldn't let him go trick-or-treating. They would buy him Christmas gifts, give him clothes, give him toys, all of that. And Teresa didn't want, by the sounds of it, that for him, based on what Ava's saying, okay?
Did she ever withhold any of these gifts from William that people were giving to her?
Yes.
Did she tell you why?
No. I question her. It just would be, oh, I'm not worried about that. He doesn't need that. It was just more or less downplayed.
Did you ever meet William's father?
Yes.
About how many times did you have an opportunity to meet him?
Twice.
Was that while William was alive?
The first time, yes.
So only once while William was alive?
Once. Yeah.
Did you know if William got to see his dad?
The first time I met William's dad was William's dad and the grandmother and another lady that came and got him, and they were supposed to have him back. I can't remember if it was 7:15 or 7:30, but they were like 15 minutes late, and she was adamant when they came in the door that they wouldn't get to see him again because they didn't have him back on time.
And when you say she, who are you referring to?
Teresa.
I like how she looks straight at her, like, Teresa. I see, sorry, I missed who said the comment, but you said some parents don't believe in Halloween. I totally get that, but you can hear that she, again, it's just based on what we're hearing. It sounds like Teresa, his mother, was majorly neglecting him and didn't want others to really help him. In the opening statements, the prosecutor actually said that people would give William toys and clothes and things, and Teresa would just hide it in the cupboard, and she didn't want him to have it. That sucks. That's like being so possessive over him, but they're not caring for him at all. You know, being completely neglectful based on what we're hearing.
Again, this is because they were late returning William?
Yes.
By about how long?
15 minutes.
And after that incident, did you ever see any of them again?
No. I saw the dad one time after that, but it was after.
We'll get to that a little bit later. Did you ever observe any physical abuse between or from Teresa with William?
No, nothing that would want you to think that she would hurt him. No.
Did you ever observe her being physical with him?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
Tell me about the first incident.
The first incident, we was in the kitchen and she had cooked something. I don't know what it was she had cooked, but I guess it wasn't to his taste buds or something, and he made a comment about it, and she kind of shoved him in the chest, but nothing to, it didn't hurt him.
So now she's testifying as to times where she saw Teresa pushing William.
The next time was he was wanting to go out. It was a pretty day, and that day she pushed him in the chair in the bed, but that didn't hurt him either.
Did you feel the need to intervene?
I did, just because I knew he wanted to go outside, and she didn't allow him to go. So that day I just kind of grabbed him and ran out the door, and we just made a joke of it, but it was no big deal. And me and him ran around in the backyard for maybe like 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so, and right back in the house.
So when Teresa let him, well, she hardly ever let him go outside and play. It was a beautiful day. He just wanted to play. And what we heard from because I'm just combining the two things, because the state said one thing in the opening statements, and Ava is also saying it, but the state gave a few more details there where they said that Teresa apparently punched him in the chest and called him a punk because he wanted to go play outside, and she said no, and he got upset. So Ava's telling two of the times that she saw these types of things happen, and that if they did go outside, it would be like 15 minutes, and then Teresa would want him to come inside.
Do you recall when you learned that Teresa was planning to leave North Carolina?
The day before she left, but the night before she left, we were best friends. We hung out. We was together every day from the moment we met. So we were just talking and smoking, and she said, I'm moving tomorrow. I was like, girl, what's out of town? We moving on. She was like, I'm moving to Georgia. I was like, hey, moving to Georgia. You don't know nobody down there. So we kind of both laughed it off. And I went on out to the club, and she stayed to the house. Well, the next morning, something kicked in. I'm like, get up. She get ready to leave for real. And when I ran around to her house, she was leaving.
Do you recall approximately what month or year that was? I know it's been a long time.
It was before school was out. School was out, and it was before his birthday. That's for sure.
And do you remember when William's birthday was?
June 22nd.
Now, you indicated she didn't know anyone in Atlanta. Had Teresa ever talked about friends or family in Atlanta?
No. I just recalled one person.
And the one person, who was that to Teresa?
There was a man she met named Mike that she had met a year prior. I remember he was a big, dark-skinned guy that drove a red, I can't remember if it was red or black, Mitsubishi GT. I remember her saying that he was from Atlanta, Georgia, or somewhere
So if you guys remember from my presentation earlier, also if you haven't seen it or you want to have a quick deep dive on the case, then I've also linked the live stream where we went over the whole case presentation as well. It's in the description box, right? But Ava's saying that one day Teresa just said, hey, I'm moving tomorrow. I'm moving to Atlanta. And she's like, what? But she thought maybe it was a joke. They laughed it off initially. And then the next day she realized, whoa, they're really leaving. So now the state is asking Ava, well, does she know anyone there? And she said from her memory, she only remembers her knowing a man in Atlanta named Mike that Teresa had met a year prior. So that year of December of 1998, yes, December of 1998, Teresa had actually pulled William out of school, and we learned earlier that it was actually William's father that had even enrolled him in school. And she said, okay, I'm going to move to Atlanta. It seems like, from what we know from the timeline so far, that William died or was allegedly murdered before she even went to Atlanta, because she said she's moving there, and then she came back without him, and Ava was asking a lot of questions, and she had a lot of different stories.
And you said a year prior, is that a year prior to her moving?
Yes.
Did she give you any indication that she was moving to be with Mike?
No, from our conversation, it was as though after her and Mike spent those couple of days together, she never spoke of him after that. So I had no reason to think that's where she would be going.
You said you went out to the club and Teresa stayed home, and the next morning you kind of wanted to go back over there and see what was going on.
Yeah, I don't know, I was asleep and something just woke me up, like, get around there, like she get ready to go right now. And when I ran around there, she was actually ready to go.
Before you saw her packing up to go, did you believe she was moving to Atlanta?
No.
Why not?
We were best friends. We worked together every day from sometime in the mornings before we went to work. We got together and smoked. Most definitely every afternoon after we got out from work. We worked together until we decided to part because the night either she was having company or I was having company or we just was spending time together and it was just the end of the night for us.
Okay, so Ava spent a lot of time with Teresa, like every day, in the morning before work, in the evening after work. They were best friends. So it really surprised Ava, is what she's saying, that she was just kind of like, oh, I'm moving tomorrow. She's like, wait, what? Like, yeah, I'm moving to Atlanta. And she's like, okay. So that's what she's describing. Caroline says, I am predicting a conviction for something less than murder due to passage of time, weakening forensics, but prison may be pretty harsh for her given the crime. Yeah, I'm a little worried about how this case will go, because it has been such a long time. I'm just amazed that William DaShawn Hamilton, was identified after 23 years, and then here we are in 2024 at a trial for a cold case from 1998. Also, someone said earlier, sorry, I just want to find it, actually, it was a good comment there. Frankie Tower said, yep, it was mind your own business back in the day. Thankfully, it's changing to if you see something, say something these days. Definitely.
William have anyone else in his life that helped take care of him, aside from his mother?
No.
Did he ever go to daycare?
Yes, Miss Tina would get him sometimes.
And was William the only child Miss Tina looked after?
No.
Showing you Exhibit 3. What are we looking at here?
The house he would go to.
Is that for daycare?
Yes. Or after school care. Yeah.
Do you know who paid Tina?
Teresa.
So you get there the morning that Teresa's packing up. What do you see? What's Teresa doing?
When I'm in the corner to her house, she is already putting a duffel bag in the back.
This
of
is
the
her.
Jeep.
That's her. There we go. Hey, cameraman. Good job. Good job. Cameraman got a good sighting here of the defendant, Teresa Ann Black. This is the mother of William DaShawn Hamilton, who, as we heard, sounds like she left him, in that cemetery. It was actually it was a wooded area, but right there near a cemetery across the road from a church. I think it was a Methodist church. And sure, between what the state said and the prosecution, the state and the defense in their opening statements, yeah, we learned quite a lot about that as well. So here she is. She's looking better than the mugshots and pictures we saw before. Looking a little healthier now, because she had I think it was was a breathing apparatus or something. So here she is, just observing. Wow, they're really looking at each other, huh? Ava and her ex-best friend, Teresa.
So I just sprayed William's name, William. He turned around and saw me, and he came running, and I ran to him, and we was hugging each other. And I said, "You been your baby?" He said, "Yes," and I kept saying my name. Ava McNeil. And he kept saying, "William DaShawn Hamilton, William DaShawn Hamilton." I said, "Don't you ever forget me." And he said, I won't. So he kept saying my name. Ava McNeil. Okay, I got it.
Did you speak to his mother as well?
Yes, she's like, oh.
Sure. The way that Teresa's looking at her. If looks could kill, huh? Oh, my word.
It's gonna be fine. I'm going down to his grandparents' house. They already have new jobs. I just want a fresh start. But I still took it upon myself to question her because we were friends. And I knew that she was a very private person, so I questioned her why. Because her dad had moved out, so I asked her, is it too much? Do you need a break? It's summer. I'll watch him. You can go and get it together. I'll bring him down. Can I go with you? She talked as though she had already had a plan with the grandparents. Everything was fine. She had a job. She would call me. I would be coming down to visit soon.
You indicated that her dad had moved out. Was she,
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
and is that the house in Exhibit 2 at Beech Nut?
Yes, he moved from that.
How long before Teresa left had her father moved out of the house?
Maybe. I want to say under 45 days.
And where do you know where her father moved?
He went to North Carolina.
Did Teresa have any other family, any siblings?
She had brothers.
How many brothers?
2 that I knew of.
Did you meet the brothers?
Once, briefly.
And you said that Teresa's father had moved out. Was Teresa needing to leave because she couldn't afford the house? Did she tell you?
No, she didn't.
And do you know what happened to the house after Teresa left?
She gave me the keys the day she left. He told me I could have it. But I thought she'd come back, so I didn't go back there for like maybe a month and a half. And after a month and a half, I went and I looked around, and I just figured she gave me the keys because she would return for going on to the 4th month for a note to be put on the door stating that that was the last month that she was allowed to stay because the rent was paid up for 4 months.
So is that 4 months after Teresa left, the rent was paid up?
Yes.
Did you say Teresa left belongings there?
Yes.
What sort of belongings were in the house?
The whole house. Just like you go Kmart, Walmart, and buy new things, and you come home and you put them in a new duffel bag you bought, and you turn the key and lock the door and just leave.
Furniture?
Furniture, clothes, silverware, memorabilia, just a whole house. The candy from Halloween the year before, knotted up in the closet, it had clumped together.
When you came back after the 4 months were up and the notice was on the door, did you do anything with the belongings?
I took the furniture.
Now you mentioned when you arrived that morning that Teresa left, that she was putting her duffel bag into a Jeep.
Mm-hmm.
Whose Jeep was that?
Miles.
Who's Miles?
He was a friend guy that she had met prior.
And was Miles going with Teresa to Atlanta?
No, he was giving her a ride.
Do you know where he was giving her a ride?
To the station.
Bus station, train station?
Bus station.
Okay.
You indicated that you and William said goodbye to each other and had this kind of intimate moment where you were remembering each other's faces. Did you have an opportunity to notice what clothing he was wearing that day?
Clothes was found.
And what type of clothing was that?
I got a hoodie shirt and some jeans and some hiking Timberland boots.
Pretty scary. Okay. Jeans, Timberland boots. That's what he was found in. So I don't know. We don't know the exact date that William DaShawn Hamilton died or was allegedly murdered. Sure, but that's sounding scary so far. Okay, continuing on.
When Teresa, you were talking about her getting a fresh start, did she tell you what type of job she had lined up?
No. She just stated that William's dad, grandparents, lived here in Georgia, and she had spoke with them. And the granddad, someone he was attached to, had lined up a job for her, and that she would be starting that Monday.
Ava's got a great memory. So Teresa told Ava, yep, she's moving to Atlanta, Georgia. Right? And she said that William, like little William's dad, and that she'd spoken to little William's dad and grandpa, and that the grandpa had actually helped her get a job. It's all lined up for her, and she'll be starting when she gets there. Oh, wow, the next month. So, but we know, based on everything we've heard so far, that sounds like that was a lie, right?
Did you have any concerns about Teresa and William leaving in that manner?
Yes.
Why did you have concerns?
Because I thought that was my best friend, and we talked about everything every day. So for you to say that you were moving the night before and make it a joke instead of telling me that you really actually were moving, so yeah, it raised the red flag for me. So I questioned her that day to see where exactly she was going and the reasons why.
How did you feel about Teresa leaving with William?
I don't know. Like, I didn't want her to go. I didn't want to see her go, but at the same time, when she was saying she was going somewhere to start over fresh, I was happy and excited for her to do that because I saw myself following behind her.
Did you think you might meet up with her eventually?
Yes, that's what I thought. We were already speaking like within the next month.
It really sounds like Teresa was just going to start fresh, meaning perhaps child-free? But she left for a bit and then she came back. I think a few months later she came back, but without little William. And Ava was like, where is he? And she had lots of stories, okay?
Did you offer to let William stay with you while she got on her feet?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
That's when I questioned her about her reasons for leaving just like that. I asked her, was she tired of being a mom? Did she need a break? Was she going to start over? Was there someone there she was interested in? She said no to all the above. I even asked her, could I keep William until she went got things situated? I asked her, did she not want to be a mom anymore? If she did any of that, did she want to stay in Charlotte, or could I get him? And did she want us to move out of town? And did she want us to stay in town and she move out of town? And she just kind of made it a joke, like, girl, I'm not giving you my baby, you know. Like, okay now, just know I got your back. And she was like, I know, we fine, we're going down here, I'm going to call you. You come and visit us. So that's how we left her.
Whoa. So, to all the people doubting Ava, she did ask, are you okay? Are you sure you still want to be a mom? Do you need a place to stay? Can William maybe stay here with me until you get situated? And Teresa said, no, I wouldn't give you my baby. And I'm fine and we'll be fine. So Ava did offer. She did try to help. Wow. She even wanted to take care of William while Teresa was starting fresh and moving and all of that.
I would be coming to visit.
And did Teresa call you when she got to Atlanta?
She called me sometime later. Like it was over, I'm going to say it was over a week later when she finally reached out.
And what did she say when she called you?
When she reached out, she was under the influence and sounded like she was in a phone booth because a lot of change was dropping. And I asked her where Willie was. And she said, he's in the room with my friends. And I said, you don't have any damn friends there. Go back in there with my baby and call me. And when the door shut, should nobody be in there but you and him. And I didn't hear from her again.
How did you feel after?
So she said when Teresa eventually reached out, she sounded like she was under the influence. She was at a phone booth. She could hear lots of change, lots of coins dropping. And she was like, oh, I'm just with the friends. And she's like, you don't have friends out there. Like, what are you doing? And basically saying, like, come home. And where's asking about William. And she never heard from Teresa at that point again. I think later, though, she asked her lots of questions. So let's get to that. That's what I heard. Let me know if you heard something different. I'm listening. Like, I know the court audio is not good and we have it boosted. Fill in the blanks if I missed something, okay?
After that phone call.
Oh, staring at her.
Weary for her and for him because they were both out of state.
You indicated that you asked her to put William on the phone. What did she say?
He was in the room with her friends.
And was she willing to go get him?
No, she was under the influence. I've been her friend for 4 years. I know how she sounds when she's guilty, so to speak. So I knew, and once I heard all the change dropping, sounded like maybe $10 worth of change dropping in the phone booth that she had to pick up, so I was just screaming in the phone. Excuse me, but these were my exact words. Fuck the change. Get in there with our baby. Get back to that room. And that was the last conversation we had.
Did she respond to that, or did she just sort of wander off?
Wandered off.
Now, you indicated that was the last time, the only time she called you from Atlanta. Did you ever see Teresa again?
She came back December 98, a couple of days before New Year's. She arrived at my house around, say about something 12 at night. I remember we were watching Showtime at the Apollo that night. Me and my boyfriend at the time, she actually called my mom for my mom to come and pick her up from the bus station.
And you remember that as being 1998?
Yes, 98, December 98.
If William was withdrawn.
So she came back in December of 1998. William's body was discovered on, if I remember correctly, February 26th of 1999. So I do wonder if he died or was allegedly murdered before Teresa even went. It sounds like that's a possibility.
Withdrawn from school in December of 1998, would that change your opinion of when that might have been?
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
If he was withdrawn from the first grade in December of 1998.
Judge, objection. This witness can't testify as to his record in school. And that hasn't been admitted through this witness.
All right. Overrule the objection. That wasn't what she was asking. Go ahead, ask the question.
And if you were to learn that William had been withdrawn from school at December 1st, 1998, would that change your opinion of when Teresa came back from Atlanta?
No.
So she left when William was in kindergarten?
She left when William was going to the first grade.
And came back a year after that?
No. When she left June 98. Mm-hmm. She came back December 98.
And then how long was she there for in December of 98?
She stayed in my house for a week.
Why did she come?
Okay. So Ava says Teresa left in June of 1998 and she came back in December of 1998. And at that point she withdrew William from school, but William wasn't with her. So one could plausibly speculate that perhaps William died or was allegedly murdered in June of 1998. And then Teresa went off for her fresh start doing whatever it was she was doing and then came back. And then Ava took her in. She was living with her for a week and she had lots of questions for her. So let's hear how that went.
Back.
She said she came back to do her taxes, get her paperwork for her taxes, and she was to return back to Georgia.
Did she have William with her?
No.
Did you ask about William?
Yes.
What did she say, or where did she say William was?
First she said she didn't bring him because she did not want him. She didn't have time she had too much running around to do, so she didn't want to bring him and she didn't plan on staying home. That's what she said the night.
Okay, so when Ava first asked, "Where is William?" she said she had too much running around to do and she didn't want to bring him with her at that time. Implying, I'm sure Ava's going to tell us more, that she'd left him with a family member or with a friend. That's the other thing. When people want to blame the family, the grandparents, everyone, like, why didn't they say something? What? I think that it sounds like Teresa was telling everyone a different story. So maybe she told her family, no, William's staying with Ava. Maybe she told Ava, William's staying with family. That's what I think happened here. Also, let me tell you this. The way that we're doing the trial today, we started 2 hours after the live day started. And guess what? By the time we get through, I don't want to rush this. I'm loving every minute of this. Ava's testimony. We'll be ready to teleport right through that lunch break and continue on, which I think is another way to do it as well. Instead of a day delay, like maybe with this trial, maybe tomorrow we can just start 2 hours after so that we give ourselves time to just watch it and then skip over the lunch break. So we might only have one tea break later then, right? That's pretty cool. A sort of defluff. Okay. Sure. So it's quite shocking, isn't it? This is the most important witness so far, in my opinion, of course, because Ava was best friends with Teresa. She knew William well, bought him toys and clothes and got him haircuts. She offered to take him in. She was like a mother to him. She witnessed how Teresa treated William, and it sounds like she last saw William wearing jeans and Timberland boots and what he may have been found wearing. So that is big red flag, and that takes the timeline back to June of 1998. So I wonder who offered what to who. The guy that she knew, one guy that she knew, some guy called Mike in Atlanta. I wonder if that ever panned out to be anything. Was it a love interest? Was it catfishing? As I say, I'm not trying to make every case catfishing at all. I'm just saying, what was the offer on the other side? If that's the timeline. Scary. Okay, I'm making notes and I'm stopping in between so that I can tell you what she said in case you didn't hear it, okay? Yeah, Ava is definitely not sus. Who on earth says Ava is sus? Ava is our hero. We love Ava. Ava and Angeline Hartman, the NCMEC spokesperson, and she got a podcast. She never stopped with this case. She reported on the case. It's just amazing. Ava and Angeline have been amazing in this case. They are honorary Grizzlies, okay?
She arrived. The next day, I told her I had 3 long distance that we could call. Then she said he was with friends of hers. She didn't call. The next day, she said that he was with the grandparents. The grandparents were older. She didn't want to call because she didn't want him whining about her rushing back. The next day, he's in the hospital with pneumonia, but she didn't want to tell me because she didn't want me to get upset that she couldn't call the hospital. So then that's when I told her if you couldn't tell me, she couldn't tell me where he was, that she couldn't stay. And she left.
Did you ever see her again?
Yes.
When did you see her next?
The next time I ran across her, she was going in a convenience store. I was going in, she was coming out. So I backed out and I approached her and I kind of held her hands. We held it and I asked her, Teresa, tell me where our baby is, what's going on. I said, because if you don't, I'm never going to stop looking like for my heart needs. And I told her, I'm your friend. If you've done anything or anything happened, tell me. I won't turn you in because I know God will bring it. God will get justice. That's what I told her. But she just snatched away from me and she said, what? You think I killed you? And I said, I don't know. And I cried. And I separate ways.
Wow. So Ava says that she had lots of excuses, didn't really want to say where William was making up all kinds of stories. And then once she saw her again and they kind of crossed paths out and about, and she grabbed Teresa's hands and said, just tell me what's going on. Where is William? Where is our baby? If something happened, don't worry, I won't turn you in. So she said that's what she told her at the time. And Teresa pulled her hands back and said, what, do you think that I killed him? That's a terrible thing for her to say, given the situation. Like, what do you think I killed him? Like, all defensive, right? It's a red flag.
How long after she came home to do her taxes do you think you saw her at the convenience store?
That was the following summer. So that was the summer of '99.
Did you ever see her again after the convenience store?
Yes, I was on her. So yes, I constantly saw her, and she would come to my house still. She came to stay with me and wanted to come and stay with me again.
Did you let her?
I couldn't.
Did you?
Ooh. Can you believe that Teresa still wanted to stay with her? Just like pull in and stay over, where she's not going to answer questions about where William is and saying, what do you think I killed him? And all of that, getting really defensive there. So eventually Ava couldn't let Teresa stay with her anymore because she was really worried about William. And she never stopped worrying, never stopped listening and looking. I mean, listening to podcasts, watching true crime shows, listening out, looking out, following what the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children were doing, saw the art rendering, and 23 years later, she was able to give the tip that the investigators needed to be able.
So I was about 7 months pregnant, and when I looked in the rearview, I just seen people running in the yard, waving like, stop, stop. And I'm looking back and I'm like, I don't know any of these people. But as I kept going, it was like everybody was just stop, stop. So I backed up and they all was pointing back. And it was William's dad. And he was like, where's my son?
Judge, objection to hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, a question is not hearsay. It's not a declarative statement. It's not assertive conduct. Questions are not hearsay.
Oh, because he asked a question?
He asked a
He asked
question.
me.
He asked a question.
Response to that?
Just a continuing objection to hearsay.
Okay. All right. I'll allow it. Overrule the objection.
So William's father asks you, where is his son?
Correct.
And what do you say?
He's with your grandparents.
And what happens then?
He grabbed the door of my car and he said no.
Hearsay, Judge. Objection to hearsay.
Well, she didn't say anything as far as what he said. She was explaining what she observed.
And I'm just getting in front of it because I
Okay.
feel that she's about to.
All right. Ms.
And-
Hodder?
You indicated, and I'll build some more foundation.
Okay.
You indicated William's father grabbed your door. Did he seem upset?
Yes.
Did he seem excited?
Upset.
And did he say something while he was upset in response to you?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is an excited utterance. What did he say?
Okay, hold on. Mr. Welty?
Continuing objection to hearsay, Judge.
All right. Is the father going to be testifying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll allow it. Go ahead. As an excited utterance.
What did he say after you said he's with your grandparents?
He said my grandparents are dead. They have been dead since I was 9.
How did you feel learning that?
Horrible. Sad, scared.
How close to
So if I'm understanding correctly, at some point, Ava saw William's dad. Right? And Ava was still asking questions about where's little William. And she was like, is he staying with you? Because Teresa said she was going to Atlanta to stay with you and the grandpa because the grandpa had lined up some work for her. And he said the grandpa has been dead for many years. That's what I understood from that, right? Yeah, Gerda says the prosecutor's good. Yes, indeed. Okay, so.
To where you and Teresa and everyone was living was William's father.
Like maybe 12 minutes away in the car.
And you said you were 7 months pregnant at the time. Based on that, approximately what month and year would you have run into William?
April.
Of what year?
99. This is April 2000.
2000. Did you ever report your concerns to the police?
Yes.
And who did you report them to?
I didn't know what to do, so I called 911 and said it was a disturbance outside my house. And when they arrived, I asked them to make her tell them where he was.
And there it is. So she did call the police and she did call 911. And she said, make her tell you where William is. She was really worried. That gut instinct was telling her, where's William? Well, asking her, right? She knew something wasn't right here.
They stated to me that I wasn't a custodial parent. I had no leeway. They could not make her give me any information, and their hands were tied as to what they could do about what I thought.
Did you ever make any other attempts to report your concerns?
I called every hospital in South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida.
Guys, oh my word. She called every single hospital in South Carolina, in Florida, everywhere. She started calling all the hospitals everywhere she thought he could be. She had called 911. She had called the police. The police told her, look, you're not the custodian parent. Our hands are tied. We can't make her tell you anything. She did so much, and she never, ever stopped looking for William for over 20 years. So I don't know why people even want to be negative towards Ava. She did everything she possibly could as a friend of Teresa's, which is why, again, the police are like, can't do anything because you're not the custodian parent.
I called every DSS office, every homeless shelter, anything that took in or helped anybody that would maybe be in the street. I just called and made reports with people over the phone, from me calling every day to after you calling people every day, 3, 4, 5 years, they tell you call 3 times a week, maybe 2 times a week. They try to break it down, but I made reports with these people because I call relentless.
Did you ever try to find William yourself as the years went by?
Yes.
What sort of ways would you look for William?
I didn't have anything to go on but Georgia. Big as Georgia is, I knew nowhere in particular to come to.
Did you ever, when social media started getting popular, did you look for William on social media?
Yes.
What about missing children?
Yes, I looked at everything except for children that were not alive. I refused to look for them. I didn't look at that.
When did you start looking at missing children's posters and publications?
I just would go on the internet and put in missing children and whatever images come up, I would look through those. I would never really actually go on a site because the site would also show kids that were unalive, and I wanted to find them alive. So my mind would not let me go toward
When did that change?
My oldest daughter, 3 years ago, my oldest daughter, she said, Mom,
Judge, objection to hearsay.
Hold on.
Your Honor, this goes to effect on the listener. Just asked
Repeat
when.
the question, please.
When did that change?
All right, can you answer that without, go back to the prior question.
When did you ever look for deceased children?
Okay,
She said no. When did that change?
okay. Answer the question without relaying what somebody may have told you, if you can. When did that change? You're asking for a time, a month, or what are you asking for?
Just generally speaking, why she started
did I
looking.
start?
Why is different than when?
Why did you start looking for deceased children?
my oldest daughter said, Mom.
Judge, objection to hearsay.
I think that
Explains the
the conduct and the reason as to why she
Yes.
made the inquiry, so I'll allow it for the rule.
My oldest daughter stated that I have been looking for him all her life, so she said, maybe you should look for kids that are no longer with us.
And did you start doing that?
Not right off, it took me about 4 months.
And when you did, how did you start looking at unidentified deceased children?
I Googled dead black little boys in Georgia.
Do you remember when you did?
Shame, after her daughter suggested that maybe because she'd been looking for William her whole life. So her daughter said, maybe you should start looking into, cases where it's children that are no longer with us. It took her 4 months to actually do that because it was so painful to think of William no longer being alive. And she'd looked for over 20 years. JFH, I'm not too sure which school, and he was only there for a few months in the first grade. So I don't know what the school's name is at this point. I'm not too sure. Wow.
Did that?
I had been doing it for so, I had been searching for him so long, I could say I started 3 months before I actually came across his picture.
So for 3 months, would you access the site and look through pictures?
Yes.
And after 3 months, did you see a picture that you recognized?
Yes.
Okay, for some reason the stream has just stopped. Let me just refresh it quickly. What is it doing? Hello. Refresh, people, refresh.
And you'd agree with me that
Sorry.
Yourself as the
Now we gotta go back and find our spot. Oh no. Wait. So we're there. Oh dear.
We had a play with the grandparents. Everything was fine. She had a job. She would call me. I would be coming down to visit soon.
You indicated that her dad had moved out. Was she,
What to do, so I called 911 and said it was a disturbance outside my.
Finding it for you?
deceased children?
Okay,
She
There we
said
are.
no. When did that change?
okay. Answer the question without relaying what somebody may have told you, if you can. When did that change? You're asking for a time, a month, or what are you asking for?
Just generally speaking, why she started
did I
looking.
start?
And why is different than when?
Why did you start looking for deceased children?
Okay, so we just went a little bit back. I'm gonna go a minute or so forward because that's where we were. Okay, here we go. See, that's where it gets stuck. Why does it get stuck there? Oh no, maybe we should do the defluffed version, then this won't happen. Why is your internet horrible? You guys are saying it's buffering. Is it good on my side? It seems okay, right? Okay, here we go.
I saw that as well. I seen that as this being his mom and that being his dad.
And
Now, if you guys forgot what picture that was, let me quickly show you. It's here in my presentation. Wait for it. This picture. This is the picture they're showing her right now that she saw that the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children had made, this art rendering. And when she saw that, she thought, oh my word, that's William. She just felt it in her gut. And she called it in. If you heard my intro, I actually put a clipping of her call, which was to Angeline Hartman, who was the lead reporter at Fox at the time of this case when William's body was found. And then Angeline Hartman also started her own podcast called Inside Crime, which is linked in my description box. And so she called Angeline Hartman's podcast number. She called the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the police. She was just like, oh man, I think this is him, right? And it's because of her tip that he was identified. I know I say that a lot, but just in case anyone missed that point, it's very important. Okay.
is this a true and correct copy of the image you observed that reminds you of William?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders Exhibit 4 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, submitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
We're looking at Exhibit 4. You indicated this is the image you came across after Googling.
Yes.
What did you do after seeing this image?
Scream, cry,
Wow.
and got myself together so I could call in.
Did you know who you were calling? Did it list an organization or just a number?
I seen NCMEC, but nothing was. I just saw him. I really didn't at the time.
You might have been calling NCMEC.
I was calling NCMEC, but I just only saw William and the phone number.
And when you called, what did you tell them?
So I think I have information on the little boy that they call Clifton Doe.
And did you tell them everything you knew about William?
Yes.
Did you tell them his mother's name?
Yes.
Did you tell them where William was from?
Yes. I told the lady I had information, and she said that as I started to talk, she said she would have a detective call me within 10 minutes, and they did.
And did you provide the detective with all the information that you knew? Since you made that tip to the organization, have you been interviewed by law enforcement as well?
Yes.
With the district attorney's office?
Yes.
With the police department?
Yes.
And have you cooperated with each agency?
Yes.
Thank you.
And when was it that you saw this photo? And if you said that already, I missed it.
She said 3 months prior to reporting, but best you can estimate.
No, tell me what you said. When did you, what month, day, time, approximately, do you remember seeing this picture? What year?
Say 2020.
All right, that works. Thank you. Any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ross?
2020. Think about that. She last saw William in June of 1998. And in 2020, she'd never stopped searching online, looking, phoning hospitals, phoning shelters, phoning everyone, trying to get information, calling the police, calling 911, all of that. And in 2020, saw this art rendering. You can see above me now and on the screen there. She's like, she recognized him and she called in that tip. It's just unbelievable in 2020. Sure. Wow, okay.
So I'm going to take some time. Do we want to see if people need a break or?
Y'all need a break? Yes, okay. Council, can you guys approach, I know this is a scheduling, procedural matter, Mr. Bozarth. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, then the sound goes off. And then they do this for a while. Look, we don't want to look at that. That's why we don't want to cover it live. We'll be looking at that for a while. No, let's either delay it or defluff it. Okay, so now it's like lunch break, right? So we're going to go forward through all of that. We're teleporting. Here we go. Damn. Okay, and there we go. We're back right here. Okay. And we're back. Skipped right over lunch. Which is what we like to do, right? Let's be productive and efficient and watch this trial and keep our energy up. Yes. Okay, thank you all for being here. I really, really appreciate it. This is an incredible case, a cold case from 1998 that took 23 years to identify this little boy, William DaShawn Hamilton. And then his mother was arrested in, I think it was June of 2022. And here we are in January of 2024 at the trial. It's just unbelievable. And even when Ava said she called the detectives after seeing that picture, right, in around 2020, for the police, when she called the police, they said, we'll get a detective to call you within 10 minutes. And they did. Even that's amazing to me. How this all came together. It's just an incredible story, okay? It's one of those that really shows you never lose hope, never give up. It's never too late. Tips absolutely can make a difference. It's just like, okay. So now they've had their lunch break. And now they're back in. Let me just quickly see what is Eastern time right now, because they are Eastern time, right? Okay, wait, it's 1:41 p.m. So now we are only about 15 minutes behind or so, I think. Wait. Yeah, about 20 minutes behind. Which might help us get through the coffee break or whatever happens next. So we're not too far behind from the live trial now, which is awesome. Here we go. Okay, the sound will come back on.
Their goals is for people to call in and report instances of abuse. They can do something about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. From this time in the 90s,
Why is the sound so bad now? Come on, courtroom, come on.
you did not call into defects and report Teresa's behavior.
No.
And you didn't report her behavior because it didn't rise to any level of abuse that you thought was serious.
Correct.
And you didn't report her behavior because it didn't rise to any level of serious influence. And at
They had
this
some
time,
technical problems.
this time in the 90s, you did not call into police to report Teresa's behavior.
No.
Okay. That's because
They really had some technical problems, and they played it again for us. I did lower the boost. It's not that. It was the court audio that had a problem, the court feed. I think it's sorted out now. So here we go. Now the defense is asking Ava questions. So you might feel snarky.
in your judgment, it didn't rise to a serious level of child abuse.
Correct.
And it didn't rise to a serious level of child neglect.
I don't know how to answer that.
Okay. Bottom line, you did not call into the police to report what you saw from Teresa and William.
No.
Okay. All right. Part of your testimony earlier was that you knew that Teresa had a job,
Yes.
and so she had access to money.
Yes.
She would help her dad pay the bills.
Yes.
From what you can tell, she wasn't struggling.
No.
Okay. But at this time, she didn't have a car.
No.
And she didn't have access to any kind of car?
No.
Okay.
I had a
You had a car,
Yeah.
but she didn't have a car.
No.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you about, just briefly, about William's father, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you testified earlier that you have seen William's father twice,
Correct.
and that's throughout your entire life.
Yes.
Okay. And one of those times was between this 4-year period from 95 to 99.
Correct.
And the other time that you saw him was maybe 2000 at some point.
Correct.
So this time, I think we've established this, but you saw Teresa every day.
Yes.
You saw William every day.
Yes.
You spent time with him every day.
Yes.
And from your understanding, William's father was 12 minutes away?
Yes.
Okay. And in those 4 years that you knew this family, you saw William's father once?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. McNeil, I want to talk about the specific instances where you talked about Teresa getting physical with William, okay?
Okay.
All right. You said you saw 2 instances where she got physical with William.
Yes.
And we've established that you saw her every day,
Yes.
and you saw William every day,
Yes.
and you spent time in their house.
Yes.
And then in those 4 years, you saw 2 instances where she got physical with William.
Yes.
Okay. And that's it.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. McNeil, you said that when Teresa left for Atlanta, she just gave you the keys to her apartment.
Yes.
Okay. And after that, you didn't go over there for a little while?
For about 45 days.
Okay. About 45 days.
Yeah, I would cap it off maybe around 40 or 41.
Okay. You took the furniture from her house?
Yes, once they were ready to just throw everything out.
Okay. And you asked if you could have the furniture, right?
No, I already had the keys.
Okay.
I already knew I could have it. She had already told me.
Right. And she told you that you could have the furniture?
Yeah, she was like, here, you can have, here go the keys, you can have the house.
Okay.
She said she didn't plan on returning.
Sure. So you asked if you could have the furniture?
No, I didn't ask anything. She
Okay.
offered it.
She offered you the furniture. Okay. All right. You testified that when she left for Atlanta, she maybe gave you a call about a week later?
Yes.
That sound right? And then when she was in Atlanta, you didn't hear from her until she got back?
She left. She was gone a little over a week before she reached out to me. And once she reached out to me that time, that was the only time I didn't hear from her again until she showed up to the front door.
Understood. Thank you.
Sure, I wonder what on earth Teresa was chasing in Atlanta to be like, here's the keys to the house she was staying in, where her dad had just recently moved out of. She's like, here are the keys. Take whatever's in it. Don't plan on returning. Okay, well, what were you going to Atlanta for then? Is the question, right? A guy, from what Ava said earlier. Oh, we got the paper flapping. Just join a paper shuffle. Oh my word.
One moment, please.
Long paper shuffles. So how we do it then is go like this. 1.75 speed.
No further questions, thank you.
Oh,
You be right?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. May she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're welcome to remain in the courtroom.
okay. Oh, no further questions.
All right, you can call your next witness.
Your state calls Miles Boyce.
Okay.
Miles. Got to see the spelling of that surname. Maybe he's going to say it. That's the defendant. This is the defendant, Teresa Black, the mother of William DaShawn Hamilton. It is alleged that she left him in a cemetery area and off she went to Atlanta. And this was in, where was the address? I'll find the address again. It's on my presentation as well. I'm just going to make double sure of that map time there. But this is her. Sure. Okay, so let's see the next witness.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. Sir. Do you swear affirm testimony about to give this court the truth, the whole truth, and penalty of perjury? Okay, lower your hand, sir. State and spell your name for the record.
Miles Boyce, M-I-L-E-S, B-O-I-C-E.
Could you do me a favor and just sit a little bit closer to the microphone? I'm just going to try to.
Good afternoon, Mr. Boyce. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Just want to get some introduce yourself to the jury. Are you currently employed?
Yes.
All right. And where do you work?
Company in Charlotte called English Iran.
It's a company where?
In Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay. And how long have you worked there?
About 11 years.
And what do you do? What's your
Okay, so we're going to hear now, this is Miles, Mr. Miles Boyce. Also, just to clarify, William DaShawn Hamilton's body was found in a wooded area near a small cemetery in DeKalb County, Georgia, on February 26th of 1999. Okay.
your role?
Shipping coordinator.
And you said that the company was in North Carolina. Do you reside in North Carolina?
Yes, I do.
And what area of North Carolina do you reside in?
On the west side.
Is that the metropolitan area of what city?
Charlotte.
Charlotte, okay. All right. And approximately how long have you lived in the Charlotte area?
About 30 years.
And Mr. Boyce, do you have any children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
4.
So I'm going to take you back to the late 1998, early 1999, that time frame. Where were you residing at that time in Charlotte? What was the name of the neighborhood?
Clanton Park.
Clanton Park?
Clanton Park.
And at that time, who were you residing with?
Just me and myself.
And do you recall the approximate age of your children around that time frame?
I had 2 sons around about 5 or 6 at that time.
And back in the late 1998, early 1999, what kind of car did you drive?
I think it was a Suzuki Sidekick.
Okay. Is that kind of like a Jeep, kind of, sort of?
Yes.
Okay, all right, gotcha. And back in late 1998, early 1999, did you meet a person, did you ever meet a person named Teresa Ann Bailey?
Yes.
When did you meet her?
Either 97 or 98 somewhere.
And can you tell me what kind of relationship that you had with Teresa Ann Bailey?
Well, we were basically friends.
Good one, okay. And do you see Teresa, the person you knew as Teresa Ann Bailey, in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
All right. Can you ID her by her location in the courtroom, what she's wearing?
Like a gray jacket.
All right. How's her hair?
Gray.
Gray. All right, Your Honor. What color?
Braided or braided?
Braided.
Braided. Okay. Here, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection?
All right. Back when you knew Teresa Ann Bailey, did you know whether or not she had any children?
Yes.
All right. How many children did she have that you knew of?
One that I knew of.
All right. And was it a boy or girl?
Boy.
All right. Do you remember his name?
William.
All right. And did you get a chance to meet William?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how old William was when you met him?
About 5 or 6.
And when you and Teresa were friends, did you ever see Teresa with William or William with Teresa?
Yes.
And where did you see them at?
They came to my house.
Okay. And did Teresa ever leave William with you at any time?
Not that I can recall.
And when you were able to observe William, can you tell the jury about clothing he was wearing, his hygiene, or anything of that nature that you remember?
It's hard to remember, but I remember some things about his hygiene.
And what about his hygiene do you remember?
Wasn't up to my standards.
Do you believe that he may have looked dirty? Is that what you...
Bleeding.
Sustained objection. Rephrase the question.
All right. When you said it's not up to your standards, what do you mean by that his hygiene wasn't up to your standards?
Sometimes it was a little dirty, yes.
Do you recall the last time you saw William and Teresa?
The day I took him to the Greyhound station.
Roughly, do you recall what year that was?
No, maybe 98, I'm not sure.
Okay, you're just not sure, but it was in the 90s that you recall. And you took him to the Greyhound bus station. Where was that Greyhound bus station located?
It was located on East Church Street, Charlotte.
In Charlotte?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5 for identification purposes. Mr. Boyce, what is depicted in State's Exhibit 5?
Charlotte Greyhound Station.
Is that a fair, accurate depiction of what the Greyhound station looked like back in late 1998, 1999?
Yes, at that time, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would like to tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, submitted.
Commissioner Public, Your Honor.
Sure. Let me, hold on. This would be, no, it's not, there, it's not publishing. Hold on.
You know I'm trying to do some map time over here. I'm like, wait, how close was that to where he was found? And when exactly was it? Oh, they're showing the defendant again here?
I have it, Your Honor. I got it. Okay.
All right. And so, Mr. Boyce,
This was the place that you last saw William and Teresa together.
Yes.
Do you recall, if anything, what William was wearing at that time?
Not really.
Or do you recall any kind of shoes he had at that time?
The Timberlands, I remember those.
Okay. And do you recall what color those Timberlands were?
Not really, no. Remember color.
Okay. You should remember that he had some Timberland boots.
Right.
When you dropped them off at the bus station, did Teresa tell you where she was going?
I already knew they was going to Atlanta.
Okay, you knew that she was going to Atlanta. All right. And did she tell you why she was going to Atlanta?
No.
Did she advise you if she had any family in Atlanta or if William had any family in Atlanta?
Supposedly her grandmother or something?
Whose grandmother, William's or Teresa's?
Williams.
William's grandmother was in Atlanta. And when you were preparing to take Teresa to the bus station, did she have any luggage that you can recall?
I could recall one big tote bag, like
The big bag, the tote bag.
Yeah.
And do you recall whether or not if William had any luggage or tote bags?
No, I can't.
And tell me, how was Teresa dressed? Was she well dressed? Could have dressed better? What was your thoughts on how she was dressed as she was leaving to go to Atlanta?
She was well dressed.
What about William?
He was well dressed.
Okay, so Painting with Pity says, I must have missed it. We were starting a trial. I feel so out of it since the new year. So happy new year to everyone. If you're only joining for the first time this year now, this case I actually covered on December 26th of 2023. And I just thought this case was so amazing that we did a deep dive on the case. We did some map time and everything. And then I told you, if they're going to live stream this, we want to be able to see this, right? So now here we are. I didn't know it's going to happen today because jury selection started yesterday. And I also had no answers as to whether there was going to be, were there going to be cameras in the courtroom or not. And so to my surprise today, while I was actually busy working on something else for you, I saw, oh my, they do have cameras in the courtroom. So I was very excited to share this trial with you, to be able to watch this together. And hopefully there will be justice for William DaShawn Hamilton, who was only 6 years old when he died. And in this case was allegedly murdered by his mother. Those are the charges that she's facing. So if you missed the very first episode on this, it was on December 26th. It's in my live stream section, but it's also in my description box. So you can just go click on there. And let me just see how long it was. It was 1 hour and 17 minutes. So if you watched it at like 1.5 speed, you'll get all the details real quick. But we did also do a recap, okay, at the beginning of this live stream. If you don't like my interruptions, go watch it where there's only cameras, no Gisela K. There are places to do that, okay? This is not the place for that. We do commentary over here, and we watch it as a community. And I address some of your questions or put your comments on the screen and all of that. We are interacting here throughout this trial. Okay, so this is a witness, Miles Boyce, who was a friend of Teresa's, and he last took them sometime at the end, or sometime not at the end of, sometime in 1998, took them to a bus station in, I just want to see exactly where it was. Was it the Atlanta bus station? Somewhere near, like, because little William's body was found near the corner of Clifton Springs Road and Clifton Church. So if it's the bus station I'm thinking of, yeah, it's only 8 miles from where his body was then found. Okay. So, yeah, Michelle Olney says, dress a child in Timberlands, but he's unkempt, crazy. That's quite a contrast, right? Quite something. Okay, so let's continue on.
Do you recall when you dropped off William and Teresa, the weather? Was it cold? Was it hot outside? What do you remember?
It's kind of cold. It was early in the morning.
And how do you remember it was early in the morning, it was cold?
Excuse me, say that again?
How do you remember that it was cold that day?
Because I had on a sweatshirt myself.
And do you recall what month it was that you dropped her off?
I don't recall that.
After you dropped off Teresa and William at the bus station, did you ever see William again?
No.
Did you ever see Teresa again?
Yes.
And do you recall where did you see Teresa?
At a gas station on the corner of West Boulevard and Remount.
Okay. Is that near the neighborhood where you were living at the time?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know whether or not if Teresa is from that neighborhood?
Yes, she is from the same.
And so, tell me what happened at the store on West Boulevard. Who else was present?
Ava was present.
Ava was present, okay. And so it was you, Ava, and Teresa. Were you and Ava together, or was you and Teresa together? How? Explain the dynamics to me.
I can't recall that.
Okay.
I know I was at the gas pump, and Ava was there too, so I don't remember, was we all together or what?
Okay. And while all three of you all were at the store, did anybody ask Teresa any questions in reference to William?
Yes.
All right. And what did you ask?
Where was he?
Where was William? And what was Teresa's response?
With his grandparents.
And when you were talking to Teresa at the convenience store or at the gas station, I'm sorry, about William, how was her demeanor?
It was okay.
It was okay. Was it anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Nothing alarming?
not to me.
And so when Teresa told you that William was with his grandparents, was he with his grandparents in Atlanta or somewhere else?
Yes, and
Being that wasn't her demeanor, didn't seem out of the ordinary, was that something you believe based off the statement she said to you?
I didn't question
At any point or any time after that incident where you are at the gas station, has Teresa ever discussed William with you?
that. No,
Did Teresa ever tell you that William was in fact deceased?
no.
Give me one more mirror. Did you?
So Lee says, I think he took her to the Charlotte station as she was leaving for Atlanta. I think so too. I think so. Because she was leaving Charlotte, North Carolina, to go to Atlanta.
Did you ever come to learn that William was in fact deceased?
Yes, when they contacted me.
No additional questions.
Cross.
Hi, Mr. Boyce.
Uh,
I have a few follow-up questions for you, okay?
okay.
All right.
It's like, I've got a few follow-up questions for you. Okay. He's like, mm-hmm. Okay. Going on. Cross-examination.
So, Mr. Boyce, you testified today that based on your relationship with Teresa, you consider yourself friends with her at some point.
Correct.
You would spend time with her?
If she called me.
Okay. And you testified that you spent some time with William?
Yes.
Okay. And you have kids too, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she would bring William over to your house?
Correct.
And maybe your kids would play together?
Yes.
Okay. Your kids around his age, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a quick pause. B. Moore says, Miles is from Charlotte, North Carolina, and took Teresa and William to the bus station to head to Atlanta. Correct. So it really helps me, especially because I'm not from the United States, to do map time. So I will show you that. Maybe I should show you that now, actually. Here we go. This might help others as well. Okay, so here's Charlotte in North Carolina. Right, and they lived somewhere there. And also when Ava knew Teresa and William, it was in North Carolina. And then one day Teresa said, hey, we're going to move to Atlanta. So the bus station, I just typed in Greyhound bus station. I don't know if it's that one. But if it is this one, not sure of the exact address that they lived at now either. But it's somewhere around here in Charlotte, North Carolina. And then it would mean that Teresa headed to Atlanta with William. Okay, so that helps. See, Maptime helps clear that up because here it's in DeKalb County. Here's Atlanta, which I've been to. I like Atlanta. Here on this Clifton Springs Road and Clifton Church, right across from this church, in this wooded area over here, is where William DaShawn Hamilton's body was found and unidentified for 23 years. So this is where Teresa would have left him. Which means if she left in June of 1998, and then she came back in December of 1998, somewhere between June and December, William was left here, which would also tie into the story, right? That the defense had told, that their narrative that she went to Atlanta and then she fell into a cycle of homelessness, and they were living on the streets and eating out of dumpsters and all of that. At some point, he said, the defense in the opening statement said that they were sleeping in places that were quiet, like wooded areas or parks or whatever. So, yeah, okay. So this is in Atlanta. So it wouldn't have been immediately that something had happened to him. It would have been when they got to Atlanta, which Maptime really helps, don't you think? To me, it really helps me just go like, wait, what, who, and where, and what. So I'll keep Maptime open on that side in case we need to refer to it again. Okay, now let's continue watching the trial.
So like you testified earlier, you got to see how Teresa acted around William.
Yes, I did.
Okay. On several occasions.
Several occasions.
Yeah. And it was over a number of years that you knew her.
No, it wasn't that long.
Okay. But you saw her and she came over to your house on several occasions.
Yes.
And okay, and that was with William.
Is that, he didn't answer that question.
I said maybe once or twice.
Okay. And Mr. Boyce, on those occasions, you never saw Teresa be abusive with William?
No.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
And he be excused.
He may be excused.
Thank you. All right, you're free to go. You can stay in court if you like. And you call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Maria Dial.
Maria Dial will be up next. Okay, we'll see now how that goes. So, Maptime just cleared that up for me nicely. I hope you guys are also on the same page there. Thank you for being here. If you're not sure what this case is about, just look in the description box. There's a write-up there for you. Okay, I wrote quite a lot of details there, so you can just read that. You'll get a general idea. You can look up there as well. I've always got banners and things up for you, telling you who's on the stand, what's happening, what case is this. And wow, a 1998 cold case that we are watching finally getting to trial. Can you believe it? Wow. Okay, let's see the next witness come up. Sorry, I shall speed this up for us. Here we go. Let's teleport a little bit.
Raise your hand, ma'am. You swear for testimony about this the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay, lower your hand, ma'am. State and spell your name for the record.
Martha Marie Dow.
Ms. Dial, if you would just speed up and talk into the microphone, please.
Okay, Martha Marie Dow. MARTHA, MARIEDIAL.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dow. Good afternoon.
Hi.
All right, Ms. Dow, are you currently working right now?
No.
All right, I want to talk about one of your previous employments. Have you ever worked at an adult entertainment center?
Yes.
All right. Which one did you work at?
The last one was Pleasers.
Pleasers, okay.
Sorry, trying to pause on a good moment there. So she worked at an adult entertainment establishment called Pleasers. And if you remember my presentation, the last slide was detective saying that Teresa had actually worked as an exotic dancer at an establishment known as Pleasers. And so they wanted any witnesses to come forward to tell them what they knew about Teresa. So it's amazing to see all these witnesses. Imagine the incredible job that the state has done to find all these witnesses from 1998. Huh? Wow, that is just amazing.
And how long had you worked at Pleasers?
18 and a half years.
And tell me about when you first started working at Pleasers, what was your job?
When I first started there, I started as a waitress.
All right, and then after a waitress, what role did you then have?
A waitress and bartender. At the end, I was day shift manager for the last 10 years,
And when did you stop working at Pleasers?
2007.
And I know I said that it's an adult entertainment center, but what generally, what type of establishment is an adult entertainment center known as Pleasers?
New dancing.
And where was Pleasers located?
849 Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta.
Is it still open today?
No.
Do you recall when it closed?
Maybe 2010, 2011 when it got set on fire.
Okay, all right. And while at this establishment, can you tell me about the dancers and how people come to be able to dance at Pleasers?
Well, first they have to talk to Johnny. Johnny's the one that hired all the dancers.
Okay.
And then once they get hired and get their permits, then they have to, well, they get a list of our rules. Tells them so they don't have no questions. You know, our rules is we didn't have hours because they're self-contractors. Like most strip
You
clubs.
say they are self-contractors, are you talking about the
They are.
dancers?
Yes,
Okay.
they are self-contractors. Most clubs make them work 8 to 12, 4 to 12, 12 to 8, 8 to 4. We didn't do that.
Okay.
When they came in, they paid the house $40. They have to pay for the DJ, the doorman, security. Once they make their money, they can leave. The rules is once you leave, you can't come back to the next day.
And you said they have to have a license. What kind of license did the exotic dancers or the dancers have to have?
It was a liquor license, but it's for all strip clubs.
Oh.
No matter what you do, you gotta have a license to work there.
So each individual dancer had to procure their own license.
Right.
Okay.
I like Martha. She calls a spade, okay? I'm just quickly gonna move this map time over so that I can just work on it. I just want to see how close that is to everything. We're adding it to the map.
And how did Pleasers go about making sure that all of the dancers had their own license?
Oh, they have to turn them in to us. We have a photo book, and then we would keep them labeled. So we would let them know if their permit's getting ready to expire. So we never let anybody work without a permit.
You have permission to approach?
Okay. Ms. Dow, I'm showing what's been marked as State Exhibit 59 for identification purposes. All right. Do you recognize what's in States 59?
One of the dancers.
Okay.
They work night shift.
All right. And do you recall the name that the dancer that's depicted in States Exhibit 59, what she went by?
Baby something. We had so many girls that went by baby something. So I'm not sure exactly, but I know it's baby something.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of a dancer at Pleasers back in the late 90s that you recall?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would like to attend was been marked States Exhibit 59.
And by the way, this she said at 849 Cleveland Avenue, okay, which is 17 minutes, 12 miles from where William's body was found. If it's the correct 849 Cleveland, I'll just type it in again, but it says 12.7 miles. Just FYI.
59. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, submitted. And I'm also holding what's been marked as States Exhibit 6 for identification purposes. Ms. Dow, what is depicted in States Exhibit 6?
Pleasers.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of Pleasers back in the late 1990s?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to attend what's been marked as States Exhibit 6.
Any objections?
No.
You said 6 or 6 0?
6.
6 0.
No objection.
All right, 6 is committed.
Angie says, now I have Tina Turner's song in my head. If anyone wonders why I laugh during a murder trial, sometimes we need light moments because it's a very grim thing, right? True crime. Lots of darkness, lots of dark moments. So here and there, oh man, Angie, it just made me smile.
All right, so I want to speak with you in reference to the atmosphere in pleasers. I know you were stating earlier that the dancers can come and go as they please. There's no particular time frame. However, do you all schedule for dancers who have to come at any time during the day? You have to show up at this time?
No.
Okay. All right. And are the exotic dancers allowed to bring their children into this establishment?
No.
And is it common for dancers to go by a name that's not provided, that's not their government name, but a stage name?
Yes.
And so is it common for people within pleasers to not know government names?
Yes.
I want to show.
Looks like we might have to teleport a little bit.
I think they have to come in after they pull up on the screen, if they're not explaining.
I have no idea how long this trial is set to last. If anyone knows the answer, please tell me. Okay.
You see the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Is that the person that you knew to be named Baby Something?
Yes.
Is that the person that you knew to be named Baby
Something that was a dancer at Pleasers?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about their length of time dancing at Pleasers. Do you recall if this was one of your long-time dancers or was there for a short period of time?
A short period.
Do you recall how long, if anything?
No, because they didn't have a schedule, but she wasn't there long enough for the girls to know her, besides in the club.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the term trick baby. Can you tell the jury what is a trick baby?
Some of the girls that we know that come in the club, and they come there to pick up guys.
Okay.
Once they find a money guy, they leave.
And did you come to know whether or not this particular dancer was also known as a trick baby?
She was known as one.
Does being that now Pleasers is closed, do you all keep in touch in some kind of way, you and the dancers? Or
Yes, I have 48 on the web page. It's invitation only. It's just Pleasers family.
Pleasers family.
So me and my girls, we still stay in touch.
All right, and is that like on Facebook, social
It's
media?
on Facebook.
Okay. And
Thank you, Diamond Ring Girl, for reminding everyone what her charges are. She is charged with 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of cruelty to children. It would be the 2 counts because the child is under the age of 12, as well as aggravated assault and concealing the death of another. Also, I'm hearing that the trial is set to last only about a week. So yeah, I think this trial will be watching it live, but let's delay it. Let's just start 2 hours or so later than what the trial day actually starts, so that we don't have to sit through the lunch. You know what I mean? Smart. Okay. So we'll do that. We'll do a sort of defluff. I'm looking forward to it. This stream should lead you to tomorrow's stream as well. So if you're here now, you can't watch till the end, join us tomorrow. make sure that you are subscribed with your notifications on so that you can join us here tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thursday, is it? Yes. So it'll be today, tomorrow, and Friday. And then we go again next week. And maybe by next week it will be time for closing arguments. We shall see. I really hope that there will be justice for William DaShawn Hamilton. I'm so happy that at least he's been identified. Of course we want justice for him. This is a case from 1998. The fact that he got his name back, oh man, it's just amazing. Okay, so sorry to interrupt Martha Maria Dial. Okay, let's continue on, listen to her testimony.
Is this person depicted in the State's Exhibit 9, is she a part of that Facebook group?
No.
Okay. No additional questions, thank you.
Cross?
Yes, Judge. Hi, Ms. Dial. I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
All right. So, going back to your history of your employment history at Pleasers, okay? You said you were there for about 18 and a half years, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Since the end of 1988 or the beginning of 1989.
Okay.
Because I had a wedding reception there in 1990. So
Okay.
I know I was there a little over a year then.
Okay. So we're talking your start date would be sometime between 1988 and 1989.
1988 to 1999, and she remembers that Teresa was there for just a little bit. What? Like this? This is an amazing case.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you left there in 2007.
Yes.
Okay. You said you started as a waitress
Yes.
and then moved up to a bartender
Yes.
and then became the day shift manager.
Yes.
Okay.
Why is the camera getting stuck now? Don't get stuck, camera.
So during this 18 and a half years at Pleasers, I'm sure a lot of people came through that door. Is that fair to say?
Oh, yes.
And a lot of those people included different employees, right?
Yes.
Different dancers.
Yes. Most of them stayed the whole time.
Okay.
I can't see if it's a camera problem. Let's see how far we are. Minus about 19 minutes. Let's try a refresh. How about that?
The body, and then
Wait for it. We're gonna go minus 19.
I was there a little over a year then.
Here.
That 18 and a half years, you'd say you may have come across hundreds potentially of different women dancers for this club at Pleasers.
At least.
At least. We could be...
From when I first started in 95, originally Pleasers was a white club. It was 95 when we got our first black dancer,
Okay.
and that was Dimples.
Okay.
And then after that, everything changed.
Right. So what I'm gathering from what you're saying is the different dancers that you came across in this club, it could be in the thousands.
I don't think thousands, hundreds.
We'll say hundreds. Okay. In the time that you saw Miss Black at Pleasers, you were the day shift manager.
I was day shift manager, yes.
Okay. In the time that you're saying that you saw Miss Black, she would work during the night.
Yes.
Okay. So you would say you really never got a chance to know Miss Black, right?
No.
And today you couldn't remember her name
Her name?
or
No.
what she went by.
I can only remember when they asked me, when they sent me the picture, and I said she was one of my dancers.
Okay.
I knew it was a baby something, because a lot of times, if my regular girl's been there for a while, if they're having a birthday party at the club, I was always there to celebrate with them.
Mm-hmm. But for her, that wouldn't be one of those people,
No.
right?
Bethany says, I swear I remember watching a video of maybe Ava talking about searching for a missing child for years and finally identifying it. Yes, we watched it on December 26th on this channel. Maybe that's where you saw it, because that's when I presented the case to all of you and we looked at that video of Ava talking about, you know, this whole journey of trying to find William DaShawn Hamilton. And she's the person who called in the tip that eventually led to him being identified. And she was speaking to Angeline Hartman, who was a former Fox News reporter and is now the spokesperson for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children with her own podcast, Inside Crime. Everything's linked in the description box for you. But maybe that's where you saw it? Because we did look at those. Okay, so.
You just never really got a chance to be that close with her.
Right.
Okay. Now, Ms. Dial, I want to talk to you about the permits you listed. You talked about earlier, okay?
Yes.
So what you testified is that a person named Johnny was the one that hired all the dancers.
Yes.
And part of that hiring process was they had to obtain a permit or a liquor license.
Right.
To be even able to work there at all.
Right.
Okay. And part of getting that liquor license was they had to have an ID.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if it had to be a Georgia ID?
Oh, that's up to a downtown permit place.
Okay.
I don't know what their rules are.
Okay, so you didn't know?
No.
Okay. And Ms. Dial, I assume during your time working at this one business for almost 2 decades, you got to be familiar with the operation side of things, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I would assume a business that has been going for as long as Pleasers, part of doing business was keeping records.
Yes.
Okay. And part of those records would be these permits.
Yes.
Because they had to keep the permits for all the dancers.
Yes.
And because they would then let them know if it was about to expire.
Right.
Okay.
We had a general manager, Kathy Blake.
Okay.
She's the one that kept up with all that.
Right.
We run everything, and she kept up with the business end of it.
Okay. And today, you don't have any of those records with you. Okay. And so you can't look at records and say that this person worked at Pleasers.
Not prove it anyhow.
Okay. You recognize her.
Yes.
But through records, you can't say that she worked there.
No.
And you can't say that she worked there from one time period to another time period.
No.
Okay. But at some point, if she worked there, those records would exist.
Yes.
Okay. So we talked about you worked there for a long time. You saw a lot of faces. This particular person, you wouldn't be able to put a month or a year on when you saw them. Is that fair to say?
No.
Okay.
Is that fair to say, or is it not fair?
Is that fair to say you would not be able to put a month or a year on when you saw this person?
Well, I know it was in 98.
Good memory. Knows it was in 98. Okay, so this witness is Martha Maria Dial. She worked where Teresa worked for just a little bit. She said she wasn't there for long. She didn't get to know everyone, as in Teresa. But she does remember she was there around 98, and they called her Baby something. She can't quite remember that name. Someone says, the comments are flying by. Thank you all for being here. That she's maybe not the most helpful witness, but the thing is, it might be the only witness that knows that she worked there at the time, which will add to the timeline. And I just think it's amazing that they found all these witnesses.
Because I just got right before it was right after I got remarried.
Okay, but you're
I
not
don't
sure.
know.
You don't know.
No.
Let her finish the answer before you ask the next question. Do You knew it was 98, but you don't recall the month.
Right.
Okay.
You can't say what month
No.
that she worked, and you can't really say how long she worked.
No. Some girls, they worked at the club, so they would disappear for months before they came back to the club.
All right, thank you.
Can you read your act?
Yes, Judge, very briefly. Sure.
Ms. Dow, what happened to Club Pleasers around 2007?
Well, the first thing is the owner, Paul Hicks, fired Kathy as the general manager and put his nephew in charge, Jason.
What happened to the building around that time?
They got set on fire by a cocktail bomb in the front.
And when Pleasers got set on fire, was there extensive damage done to the building?
Not really, because one of the regular customers saw it happen and called the fire department, because it happened right outside the liquor room, but it didn't make it to explode the liquor room.
Okay. But nevertheless, it caught fire.
Yes.
And then subsequently after the fire and at some point in time, did the establishment close down?
Yes.
Is the building still standing here today?
No, it's a bank now.
It's a bank. Do you know whether or not at some point that the actual building of Pleasers was torn down?
Yes. We have videos of it
Of it get torn down?
on our site, yes.
Opposing counsel asked you about familiar operations of Pleasers. I want to ask you some more detail about the operations, how Pleasers worked. What was the protocol in reference to any alcohol or drugs at Pleasers?
They couldn't bring any on the property.
Okay. And what would
They got automatically fired. Kathy wouldn't put up with that.
all right? And then at some point, Kathy left, right?
Kathy was fired.
Kathy was
Well,
fired.
Yeah, after she had went in the hospital to have open heart surgery.
All right. And then what became the culture in reference to drugs and alcohol at that time?
And once Kathy was gone and Jason took over, I went in there. They was smoking right on the floor.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Just briefly. So, Ms. Dial, we'll stay on that exact same topic. You said there was a change in management at Pleasers, right?
Yes.
And that happened around 2007?
No, I left in 2007. That happened around 2000, the end of 08 or the beginning of 09.
Okay.
2000, because she passed October 11th,
Okay.
2010.
So that management changed around 2008? Okay. And that's when
Yes,
the culture change you're talking about happened?
yes.
All right. Thank you.
All right, anything else from this witness? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you. You're excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, state call Mr. Gasque.
Mr. Who?
Mr. Gasque,
Spell the last name.
Gasque.
Okay. New witness. All right, I'm just typing it in for you. Mr. Gasque. That's a picture of the defendant right there.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear affirm testimony about to give this court the truth, the whole truth, and the public perjury? All right, lower your hand, sir. Say and spell your name for the record.
Thomas Gasque.
Gasque.
Thomas Gasque.
Thomas Gasque. Now, I'm going to tell you guys, like I did before in all the other trials we cover, we do not show autopsy photos, photos of the victims, things like that. I block that out. If you think that's too, I don't know what, sensitive or something, you can watch elsewhere. We're not going to do that out of respect for the victim and their families. Okay? I'm letting you know because I can see, because I monitor where the cameras are and what's happening, I can see that they do actually show William's body in the woods, so we're not going to be looking at that, but I'll keep the sound going, okay?
Good afternoon, Mr. Gasque. Mr. Gasque, where do you currently work?
I work for I'm a flight coordinator, flight operations at Gwinnett Airport.
And how long have you worked there?
Since June of last year.
And what generally are your duties there? What are your duties?
I'm a coordinator. Basically, the company itself is a flight air ambulance where we transport patients from ICU to ICU, for example, across the country, or international. If you, say for instance, if you go to Cancun or anywhere out of the country and you get hurt, and say for instance you had travel insurance, we're a company that would go and pick you up and bring you to hospital here instead of having to be hospital in a foreign country or state. So, sorry.
All right. So, what did you do prior to working at that location?
I was a sales manager, a salesperson at Best Buy.
Okay. All right. At some point in time, did you work for the DeKalb County Police Department?
Yes. Prior to me going to Best Buy, I was at DeKalb County.
Okay. And do you recall how long were you employed with the DeKalb County Police Department?
6 years.
And I'm sorry.
About 6 years.
And what was your title at the DeKalb County Police Department?
We're allowed to have a small snark moment, just tiny. Maybe attorneys watch us sometimes, you know? Try not to say and throughout a trial. It's pretty distracting, right? Because once someone gets into that, we've seen it in many trials. Oh, they don't stop. It's like it just sucks you in, and then you're going to say it the whole time and Okay, sorry to those who didn't hear it before. You're not going to unhear it now. Okay. So yeah, we're not going to see those pictures. Okay, when it gets to there.
Department.
My last title was Master Police Officer, which is short of being a sergeant.
And what years were you working? I know you've been there 6 years, but what years were you working?
I want to say 93 to 99.
Okay. On February 26, 1999, were you still employed with the DeKalb County Police Department?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
I want to talk to you about your duties back then around February 1999. What were your duties as a master police officer?
I was a field training officer. I trained the officers that came into, from the academy. And as a master police officer, you're there to assist the junior officers in the field to make sure they come along as they, their journey as being a police officer. Someone to help the police officers when they become, officers in the field.
Okay. Did you even, I understand that you kind of trained the junior police officers, but even as a master police officer, did you ever respond to 911 calls?
Yes.
Did you ever investigate cases to which you were the responding officer?
The initial part of the case where it began, like when you call 911, I responded first on the scene and make sure the scene is preserved for CID at the time. They called them in major felony if it was a felony type crime. But so, preserving the scene was my primary duty, is making sure that I had it ready for others.
Okay. I want to talk to you about February 26, 1999 at approximately 1:23 a.m. Do you recall if you were on duty at that time?
Yes.
Do you recall that while you were on duty, were you in a marked patrol vehicle?
Yes.
At this point in time, did you have additional officers in your vehicle with you, or did you kind of ride solo?
I was solo.
Did you respond to a call in the area of Clifton Springs?
Yes.
Do you recall if that's in DeKalb County?
Yes.
Do you recall why you were responding to that location?
The call was called out as a body in the woods, basically.
And were you the first officer to respond to the scene?
Yes.
And you said the call, it was called out as a body in the woods. What do you mean by it was a call out?
The witness at the time had called and said they found a body in the woods, and so I was called upon to investigate and make sure that that's what they saw.
And how are you called upon to investigate? Tell me about that process.
We have a radio on the body, and it's called out. I can't remember the codes now, but they called it out, and I responded and said I would, be en route. On the computer, you just, also let them know that you were out.
All right. And who are you letting know? I guess that's what
911 operator.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry. Yes.
All right.
Dispatch.
All right. And so, were you the primary officer and the first officer on scene?
Yes.
And as a primary officer, do you write a report as to your findings and the role that you played in the incident?
Yes.
Back in 1999, did police officers have body cameras?
No, I wish.
Okay. And did they have any video surveillance on their vehicles?
No.
So at some point, you responded to a call based off what dispatcher sent you. Where do you recall where you went to once you got to the area of Clifton Springs Road?
I drove, and once I got there, it's like a wooded area, and then the two guys were standing there waving me down when I got there, and I parked right where they were standing.
Do you recall where you parked your vehicle?
Next to the wooded area.
All right. Is there a church next to the wooded area?
Yes.
All right. Did you park in a church parking lot or somewhere else?
I can't recall exactly where I parked, but it was close by when I had to meet the guys.
So I might just switch to the map when they show pictures of the victim. Woody, the trial's supposed to be 1 week.
Yes.
So if the trial's going to be about 1 week, it could wrap up by mid next week, okay?
Okay, I'm going to first show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7 to State's Exhibit 10. Can you first tell the jury what is depicted in State's Exhibit 7?
This is just churches next to the woods.
What's the name of the church?
Clifton United Methodist.
Is that a fair, accurate depiction of Clifton United Methodist Church that's near the wooded area to which you responded to back on February 26, 1999?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's now has been marked as State's Exhibit 8. Can you tell the jury what is depicted in State's Exhibit 8?
This is the intersection where I responded to in the wooded area.
Is that an overview of the wooded area?
Yes.
Does that show the streets Clifton Springs and Clifton Church Road?
Yes.
Is that a fair, accurate depiction of the wooded area to which you responded to back on February 26, 1999?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9 for identification purposes. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 9?
This is the wooded area.
Is that another aerial view of
Yes.
the wooded area that kind of shows a more view of?
Yes, because the street intersects with each other, so it's basically like in the middle of both streets.
Is this a fair, accurate depiction of the incident location, an aerial view that you responded to back on February 26, 1999?
Yes, it's just a little bit more greener.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender what's been marked State's Exhibit 7 through State's Exhibit, 9.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, so I'm just making triple sure. They're first going to show about 3 pictures just of the area, which is, for those of you who missed the map time, it's here on this Clifton Springs Road and Clifton Church, across from this Clifton United Methodist Church. and it's in this wooded area over here where William's body was found on February 26th of 1999. And that is in Atlanta, Georgia. I put this Cleveland Avenue address in because this is where Pleasers was. It's now no longer there. It's a bank, they said. But this is where it was, where Teresa worked. Let's see if it's like this. Yeah, so that would be 8.4 miles from where his body was found. So they're going to show us some pictures of this area, all right? About 3 of them. Then they're going to show pictures of William's body in the woods, which that I'm not going to be showing on my channel out of respect for the victim and their family, okay? So here we go.
I'm going to show you the marked as State's Exhibit 10. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 10?
This is where we walk down.
This is a pathway.
It's a pathway, yeah.
Is this a pathway that is located in the wooded area between Clifton Springs and Clifton Church Road?
Yes.
This is a fair accurate depiction of what it looked like back in February 1999.
Yes, just a little bit more greener.
Your Honor, at this time the State will tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's submitted.
I'm going to show you the marked as State's Exhibit 42 and 43. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 42 and 43?
It's the scene I observed once I got there.
What is in the pictures in State's Exhibit 42 and 43?
The body and then the head was detached.
The skeletal head?
Yes.
Is that a fair accurate depiction of what you observed to be the skeletal head in State's Exhibit 43 and the skeletal head and the body in State's Exhibit 42?
Yes, first walked in this area here and then observed the head detached from the body.
Right. Is that a fair accurate depiction of what you saw back in 1999?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 60?
This was what I walked up on, and I remember seeing the body there.
Is that a body that is depicted in State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Is that a fair accurate depiction of the scene that you walked upon back on February 26, 1999?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would like to tender what has been marked as State's Exhibit 42, 43, and State's Exhibit 60.
42, 43, and 60. Any objection?
I just want to do a test. Okay, that's the test.
I'm sorry, tender. I mean, a minute, sorry. Yes.
I knew what you meant.
No objection.
All right. 42, 43, and you said 6?
60, Your Honor.
60 are in. We already had a 6.
That's the defendant right here, Teresa Ann Black, the mother of William DaShawn Hamilton. If you guys didn't know, it was the groundskeeper that worked at the cemetery that found William's body initially. Of course, they didn't know him as William then. They didn't know him as William for 23 years. Found an unidentified child's body, and he had called the police. And then the police came out, which is why this witness is on the stand, Thomas Gasque. He was a former DeKalb police officer. So he said that he went out there and he was the one to find William's body then, after it was called in. Shame, he still looks disturbed by it, right? He still looks really saddened by it. Of course.
Are you saying that as you arrived to the incident location, you were flagged down by 2 individuals? Do you recall who those 2 individuals were? The names?
Yes. From my report, I can.
So you need your report to refresh your recollection?
Young Mayor, so, yes.
Do you recall who flagged you down as you arrived to the incident location?
Yes, Joseph was the initial person that flagged me down as I drove up.
All right, and what's Joseph's last name?
Joseph Ralph.
And that's his middle name. What's his last name?
Oh, sorry, Price. Joseph Ralph Price.
And was Mr. Price with anyone?
Yes, he was with another guy. I wrote his name down. It's Michael Carter.
Michael Carter. Okay. All right. And so once they flagged you down, did you park somewhere near the church?
Yes, of course. I wasn't too far from where they were standing, which was by the pathway.
Hold on, 1 second. Do you know what that alarm is coming from? All right, go ahead.
I'm showing the Martin States Exhibit 7. Is this the church that is near
the incident location to which you were flagged down by Mr. Price?
Yes.
And in relation to the church, where is the wooded area located?
If I recall, it's like not too far. It's just across the street, basically.
All right. So maybe this would be a better shot. I'm going to show.
Okay, so picture 1, picture 2. I'm just going to show you one more time here where it is. This is the church that they're showing us now. And they want to know where, in relation to that, was William found. And it's in this wooded area. You can see here's like a cemetery here. So somewhere in here, okay?
I'll show you the Martin States Exhibit number 8.
Jan, do you have the clicker? Do you have a pointer?
Nope.
Okay. All right, if you don't mind, Mr. Gasque, can you stand up and look at the screen behind you? And can you show the jurors where's the church area? Where's the church in this photo? So, and that land directly in front, is that a parking lot?
Yes, this is a parking lot across the street from the earth.
And directly across the street from the church, what's that area?
This area here.
Yes, what is this?
Yeah, this is it's a cemetery.
So the cemetery is to the right?
Yes, right.
All right. And then you have wooded area, right?
Yes, wooded area here.
Now I'm going to show you the Martin States Exhibit 9.
This is more of an aerial view. Are you now able to see more of the cemetery?
Yes.
And are you able to see a path? Like a path that was made with the
Somewhere over here, I believe. You had a lot more tree area, but a little bit more wood. The trees were thicker.
This was actually taken back in February 1999. So is the path, can you point to where the path would be?
Somewhere over here.
All right. And does it go down? All right.
Yeah, it goes down that way.
And is this the wooded area path that you were discussing?
Yes.
That you can walk through
Yes.
within that
Yes.
wooded area? Okay.
All right. You can sit down, sir. Thank you. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit number 9. All right, so you arrive on scene, you get out your vehicle, and you speak with Mr. Price and Mr. Carter. What do they advise you upon your arrival?
They were pretty excited to get me to walk through the woods with them to show me what they saw, and I just followed them.
All right. When they arrived, what did they tell you that they saw?
They said they saw what they thought was a body.
Right. And did they tell you how? Did they first tell you why they were there?
They once initially called.
All right.
Flagged me down. Basically, when I got there, to let me know that they the ones that called.
All right. So tell me, did they tell you why they? What was that? Why were they in that place to begin with?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. He can explain his conduct with what he was told that there was a body, but anything else is just hearsay.
You're not
Response?
I disagree. I think it's not hearsay. It's going to be an effect on the listener, and that's why I'm asking this question so they can respond. They can tell him why they were there, so he can respond to that place.
Overrule the objection. You can answer.
All right. What were Mr. Price and Mr. Carter doing at that area?
Working.
Working. What was their occupation?
Not exactly sure what their occupation was, but they worked in that area across the street from the church, and let me know that they saw when he was working.
Okay. Help me understand.
What area is across the street from the church?
This is a cemetery
A
here.
cemetery.
Yes, fine.
All right.
This is a cemetery here.
Were they working in the cemetery?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
What were they doing working in the cemetery?
Well, when he explained it to me, my report, he went to go relieve himself, basically, and that's how he found it. And he was explaining himself as I was walking up, and he said he went to go relieve himself, and then he showed me what he saw. He wanted to show me what he saw out there.
And at some point in time, did they ever tell you that the reason they were out there was because they were preparing for another burial, or were they doing something else?
Objection leading. He's answered what he said, what they told him.
Rephrase the question, please.
Your Honor, first I didn't finish the question, and I think once I finished the question, it was no longer leading.
All right, finish the question and then let her finish, and then you can make your objection. Don't answer until I rule. Go ahead.
At some point in time, did they advise you that the reason they were out at the cemetery to begin with was to prepare a grave, or was they out there to do something else?
Objection.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Prepare a grave.
Okay, thank you. So at some point, now you become aware from Mr. Carter and Mr. Price that they saw what they believed to be a body out within near the cemetery. Well, in the wooded area near the cemetery. Do you then go out to view what they perceive to be a body?
Yes.
All right. I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. What is depicted in State's Exhibit 60?
That's what we're not going to watch now.
When I first walked up, with the shoes, that's where I saw first as I walked up. And, I thought it was just clothes at the time, but you get closer and you can tell.
You can tell what?
Okay, so if you've only just joined now, I am not going to be showing that. We've got the witness, Thomas Gasque, a former DeKalb police officer, talking about where he found William DaShawn Hamilton's body. He was only 6 years old when he died, and in this case was allegedly murdered. And the defendant is his mother, who was tracked down in 2022 and arrested then, and now the trial's happening. So this I'm not going to be showing, okay? If you've got a problem with that, you can watch this trial in other places. If you know me by now, you know I wouldn't be showing things like that here, okay? So just listen.
It was a body because it appeared to be decomposing.
Okay. And what kind of shoes does this body have on?
Oh, when I walked up, it looked like boots to me.
Boots, okay. And was the entire body is the entire body depicted in this photo?
No.
Okay. There are parts of the body that had become detached, and there were in other places that wasn't in this photo?
Yeah,
okay.
When I walked up, it looked detached. It wasn't together.
I don't know if they show it again. Hold on.
All right. Can you explain to the jury what is depicted in this photo, which is State's Exhibit 42?
That was.
If you can stand up, I'm sorry, Mr. Gasque, you can stand up and kind of.
It's a skull.
Hold on.
What is that?
A skull.
A skull, okay. And what is on the opposite side of the photo?
I'm not showing that.
The body. So basically, the skull is here located on the left side of State's Exhibit 42, and then the body is depicted on the far right side of State's Exhibit 42.
Yes.
It is, okay.
Shame, it's still difficult for him, right? Sending him lots of love. I wish we could see her face now. Teresa, the defendant. Shame, man. He has to relive it, you know. Okay, let's try to speed this up just a little bit. Yeah, Shauna, I don't think they normally intend to show it.
So after you were able to review the findings of Mr. Carter and Mr. Price, what did you do after that?
Immediately got on my radio and notified that I need a major felony there. I called the sergeant, called for CID, which is crime scene. All the responding had also showed up too, because we had to secure the scene as well.
All right. And so talk to me about securing the scene. What does that entail?
Well, crime scene take, for one, somebody else will walk into the area. So start securing the area with crime scene take.
And you saying securing the area, so are you saying where you were able to see where the decomposed body, you put a crime scene take to prevent other people from coming in? What was the purpose of doing that?
So nobody else would walk into the scene, because if you walk into the scene, I would have to record and write it down. We didn't have video.
So what else did you do as a part of securing the crime scene?
Sorry.
Aside from putting down tape, is there anything else you did to secure the crime scene?
Well, no. Just basically recording who's coming to the crime scene, who's answering, responding to a call, just make sure I listed those people, and just basically make sure nobody else walks into the crime scene.
So you stated that you began to contact other agencies and other units within the DeKalb County Police Department. What were those units exactly?
Major felony,
okay.
The medical examiner, and then crime scene, all the three.
Okay. And do you recall if any persons from those respective units or respective agencies did they arrive to the crime scene?
Yes.
Just wanted to show you one more photo for the jury.
Sorry, I'm muted. We're all here for William DaShawn Hamilton. Thank you all for being here. We're going to show one more picture, which I'm not going to be showing.
Both be doing it. So are you trying to do? Sorry, that's okay. Are you trying to do it from there? I'll work what else. You can. Go ahead. I just didn't.
Okay, there we go.
Once major felony, the medical examiner and crime scene responded to the location, do you at some point turn the crime scene over to those respective agencies?
Yes, immediately when they got there, they asked me what's going on, and I directed them to what I observed.
And at that point, once the crime scene is turned over to...
If you guys wonder what the third picture was, or the next picture that they just showed was, that I just teleported through there, they didn't say much about it. They just said it's a picture of the victim's skull, okay?
The major felony, the medical examiner, and crime scene analysis, are you now there for support and what they need?
Yes.
Do you write a report based off your findings? Was it customary for the first responding officer to write a report?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And did you also, once you secured the crime scene, did you document what other individuals entered the crime scene?
Yes.
And did you place that information within your report?
Yes.
And did that include your involvement in this case?
Yes.
No additional questions.
Cross.
Okay, so it's cross-examination time. Shauna also says, oh, I thought they were meaning to show them. No, the thing is, you got to be, as I always say, hyper vigilant. You know, it's up to us to be responsible and to show respect to the victims and their families. Sometimes they make a mistake, you know, and then you'll see, I don't know, a lot of content creators will say, but the court showed it, so we can show it. Well, if that's your attitude, okay, I'm just on a different page. I just don't want to show pictures like that here out of respect for the victims and their families. So in the Letitia Stark trial, just for a moment, they showed some of Gannon Stark's autopsy, and within 2 seconds, I'd already just taken it down because I'm always ready for the unlikely event of, right? I'm always ready for worst case scenarios. You guys know I'm always managing risk and everything and what if, what this and that. So I stress about that because I don't want to show that. And in the end, they were very upset that it was shown to the public. It's supposed to only be shown to the jury, right? So that's who it's for. It's not for us to gawk at or look at. We must be here to remember William DaShawn Hamilton for who he was. And what we heard from Ava was that he loved coloring in. He loved reading encyclopedias. He loved to read in general. And he really wanted to play outside, right? Yeah, Stefan said, G was really quick then. That was quick. Okay, so cross-examination of this witness.
Good afternoon. To be clear, the wooded area is next to a cemetery, right?
Yes.
Okay. The body was not found in a cemetery.
No.
Okay. If you're standing on that dirt path and you have the cemeteries to your back, you are looking into the wooded area. You picturing it with me?
Trying to.
Okay.
Yes.
You're looking towards where the body was found.
Yes.
On the other side of that wooded area, that's Clifton Church Road.
Obviously, yes.
Okay. And the body was closer to Clifton Church Road than it was the wooded path, right?
I'm not exactly sure.
Right.
But when you walk in, it wasn't too far. And as you walked in, it was not that far in.
Not that far from Clifton Church Road or the dirt path?
I believe it was Clifton Church Road.
Okay. Whatever the asphalt road is.
Yeah, I just don't remember what that road is. But when you begin to walk in, you can observe it as you're not too far into it, but you can observe it.
Okay. We're talking 10, 12 yards?
Yes.
And there's no portion of this body that appeared to be buried to you, correct?
No, just laying there.
All right. There was nothing that you observed covering up the body, right?
Just the clothes.
Okay. No limbs, no debris. Right?
Leaves.
Right.
Like the natural.
All right. Did it appear that any leaves had been piled on the body?
No.
All right. And you observed the skull detached from the remainder of the body, correct?
Yes.
It's about 7 feet apart?
You can say that, yeah.
Well, is that a close estimate? Do you have a better number?
From what I recall, it was pretty close to the body, but you could tell it was detached from the body.
Okay. And that's how it was when you found it,
Yes.
right? You got no information that the two gentlemen that called did anything to the body, right?
No.
My bad. We can go back to normal speed now.
You don't want to get somebody there to observe what they saw.
You guys are probably like, whoa, they're speaking fast now. My bad. I'd sped it up a little bit when they were showing all those pictures and things, okay? So now we've gone back to normal speed. So it might sound a little slow now in comparison, but we're back at normal speed, all right?
In the pictures you viewed, that is how the scene looked when you arrived, right?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Will the witness be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're free to go. Call your next witness unless anybody needs a break.
Your Honor, the state calls Chris Harvey.
Chris Harvey, okay. Next witness, you guys. It's going to be Chris Harvey. Sorry for the typing noises.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony you should give to the court should be the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Yeah, I'll put this back here.
Respect for the record.
My name is Chris Harvey, CHRISHARVEY.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell the jury how it is that you're employed?
I'm currently employed as the Deputy Executive Director of the Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council, also known as POST.
And what does that organization do?
POST is the state agency that certifies and sets training standards for all the peace officers in Georgia. We also investigate officers that are accused of misconduct, things like that.
And how long have you been overseeing that agency?
Since July of 2021.
Back in 1999, were you employed with the DeKalb County Police Department?
I was.
What was your assignment back in 1999?
I was a homicide detective with the DeKalb County Police Department.
How long had you been with DeKalb County at that point?
I started the DeKalb County Police Academy in late 1994. I graduated from the academy and was certified in May of 1995.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about how the unit was organized back then?
The homicide squad was part of what was called the major felony unit. Major felony unit was divided into basically robbery and assaults. And I was assigned to assaults, which meant anything like an aggravated assault, homicide, shooting, stabbing, anything like that, even up to simple assaults and batteries we would investigate. The robbery side would handle armed robberies, robberies by force and things like that.
What about remains being located? Would your unit typically respond out to calls like that?
Yes.
Okay, for anyone who's only joining now, welcome. This is a case from 1998. Okay, that is when William DaShawn Hamilton's body was discovered on February 26th of 1999. That's when his body was discovered, okay? It was a cold case for 23 years. Then he was known as Clifton Doe, or a child Doe, or Dennis. They gave him like a name, at the time. They didn't know his name. And then he was identified. And that is an amazing story, and we've gone over it many times today, so I hope you'll check it out, and my initial coverage of this case, which we did on December 26th. So the thing is, these witnesses, it's amazing that the state has managed to get these witnesses from all the way back then. So this is a former DeKalb County homicide detective. He was a homicide detective at the time. So was Thomas Gasque. He was a former DeKalb County police officer. And they're thinking all the way back. They're relaying information that they remember from 1999, February 26th of 1999. So even all the witnesses we've seen, everybody's going to have to think back to 98 or 99 and relay what they knew from then. What do they remember? Okay. So of course these former police officers would have their reports and they can reflect on that and refresh their memory. But that is what is happening here. This case is decades old. Cold case. Finally a trial in January of 2024. It's such an incredible story, and there's so many, things that just came together that is, I'm so glad we can watch this trial together. Okay. So I hope that no one's confused that these police officers are thinking back to 1999, and they said they didn't have body cams at the time either. They do have a little video that they are going to play walking through the woods, which I'm also going to have to be careful of and censor for us. If you don't like a sensitive way of covering true crime, then this is not the place for you. Just because it's true crime doesn't mean one has to be graphic and crass and just be like, come on, man, be a big, like be an adult. We are all adults. We're sensitive adults, okay? So I'm not going to be showing certain things, as I just censored out the photos of the victim's body. I do not show things like that on this channel, and oftentimes, because we've covered many trials here, the district attorneys will actually email and thank us all for that. It's not something we're supposed to be looking at, it's for the jury. So sometimes it's just, a mistake. for broadcasting, which is why some judges are like, no cameras in the courtroom. You know, some people are very scared of that because you just don't know what's going to be broadcast and what isn't. But over here, we make sure that we always respect the victims and their families, okay? And yeah, William, DaShawn Hamilton's mom, is the one on trial, by the way. Okay, so let's listen to what this former homicide detective has to say. This is direct examination. The state is asking him questions.
We would with the medical examiner's office.
Do you recall being called out to a scene back on February 26th of 1999 in a wooded area at the intersection of Clifton Springs and Clifton Church?
I do.
And what sort of response or what sort of call were you responding to?
I think the call was of a body found or a person dead would have been the call. And that would have been the kind of thing that would have prompted a major response from basically anyone in the unit to go out, especially when it was revealed that it may be a child. So I think anybody in the office, whether they were robbery or assaults, probably would have responded to the scene.
Do you remember about how many people might be working on a typical day?
There were probably about 5 or 6 from each group working, so probably 10 to 11, something like that, plus a couple supervisors.
What about the crime scene unit? Is that a separate unit?
That's a separate unit.
And what is their responsibility?
The crime scene unit's responsibility is to go to a scene and, at the direction of the detective or the officer, to basically do whatever they're told to do in terms of creating documentation, whether it's taking photographs, recovering physical evidence, taking fingerprints, taking video, any of those things that are going to preserve the details of the crime scene.
And was crime scene taken with you that day?
They responded to the scene also. They didn't go with us necessarily, but they would have certainly responded to that scene, and I remember them being there.
What about the medical examiner?
I'm just going to pause for a second. You know, what I'm realizing is that some people are confusing this case, because I'm getting quite a lot of emails about this case it's actually the case of Cairo Jordan. And he was found in a Las Vegas suitcase in a wooded area in Indiana. We covered that case a year ago. He was identified a year ago. But I've seen some mainstream media sources recently say that he's just been identified. But that's not true. He was identified a year ago. So if you missed my coverage of that case, it is available. You can just search Cairo Jordan Grizzly True Crime or Boy in the Suitcase Grizzly True Crime and you will find it, okay? So some people are thinking, oh, cool, we're on trial for that already. It's not that. This is a different case. This is a case from 1998, okay? A cold case for decades that's finally at trial, which no one ever thought they'd see the day happen, where, wow, like 23 years later, this little 6-year-old boy was identified. William DaShawn Hamilton. Amazing work from investigators, amazing lead that they got from a tipster, from the public, someone that knew him at the time, who would look for him her whole life. That's Ava. She was on the stand. She was the first witness, right? So just don't confuse the two cases. They're sort of similar, but also not. Right? So just so you know. Okay.
The medical examiner would come to any scene of a deceased person. And then once we got to the scene, it was the medical examiner's office responsibility to recover the body and do the basic recovery of the body in terms of handling the body. They would always do that in conjunction or coordination with the homicide detectives. And we would be right there with them, but they would actually remove the body and then they would return it to the medical examiner's office for follow-up, usually an autopsy.
And does the medical examiner's office have its own team of investigators that are separate from the DeKalb County Police Department?
They do.
And does the medical examiner's office conduct its own independent death investigation?
They do.
When a scene like this is responded to, where you have a report of a body or remains being recovered, does anyone mess with the scene or move anything before it's documented?
They certainly should not. Every uniform officer, usually you have a uniform officer that would respond to the scene first, and they're trained to basically secure the scene, maybe mark off the scene, keep anybody from going in and out, and not to disturb anything, and leave it as they found it as much as possible.
And then once detectives and crime scene arrive, how is that scene then documented?
It's documented by a number of ways. Usually you would have the detective who's in charge direct the crime scene unit to take photographs, take video, and then somebody would generally be assigned to do a sketch of the crime scene, which would be kind of a rough hand approximation of where certain things were, whether it's a body, whether it's a knife, a gun, whatever they see in the area. You would generally have somebody that would keep a log of people coming in and out of the crime scene. So those would be some of the sort of scene secure procedures that would take place.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? And was the scene, in this case, documented by both the sketch and video?
It was.
Showing you exhibits 11 and 12. We'll start with 11. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's got my initials on it.
And is that the recording of the scene, the video recording of the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the scene as you observed it on that day, February 26th of 1999?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state tenders Exhibit 11 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 12, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
I recognize this exhibit as a sketch of a basic sketch of the crime scene that was done after we responded to, or while we responded to the scene.
And does that sketch fairly and accurately depict your observations of the scene on that day, February 26th of 1999?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the state tenders Exhibit 12 into evidence.
Any objection to 12?
No objection.
All right, it's also admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
Start with
I think there's now going to be a video through the woods, so I'm going to be very careful with that as well.
Exhibit 11. And I can see that the video is loading, so we'll just give it a minute. For the record, that's just the quality of the tape, Your Honor. What are we looking at here in the video?
This is the wooded area near the intersection of Clifton Springs and Clifton Church Road. You see the yellow crime scene tape that has been set up.
And they're going to show some things we might not want to see, so I'm going to skip forward from this. If you're upset with that, you know you can watch it elsewhere, okay? So just give me a moment, quickly. Let's listen to it. We'll listen to it.
This would be the crime scene investigator who's recording, things in the area, the general appearance of the area, and then they'll pick up on individual things they see, and when they get close to where the body was found, they'll zoom in on the body.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit farther. It wasn't 3 or 4 feet off the path, but it wasn't a really huge area either. We're not talking, miles. We're talking, 25 to 50 feet maybe.
Yeah, so they show the victim's body, which is William DaShawn Hamilton, left in the woods. Oh man, that always breaks my heart.
What are we looking at here?
That is the torso in the center of the screen. A few seconds ago, you saw the skull about 10 feet upwards from the body. And you'll see that again here in just a second. That object right there is the victim's skull.
And is this exactly how the remains were recovered as you found them?
Yes, ma'am.
Just gonna speed it up a little bit for us. They're just showing the wooded area, the crime scene tape, and the remains of the victim, okay? If you have a morbid curiosity, you can find it elsewhere. We don't do that here. We're here for the victims and their families. Okay, going forward.
Now, when crime scene and the homicide unit responded to the call, how did all of you access the area where the remains were located? Did you come from the path, or did you come from the street alongside the woods?
You know, I can't say for certain. I just don't remember.
Okay.
We would have been directed there by the uniform officer that had found it, but I just can't remember exactly the path we took.
It must be so upsetting to find that, right? Child's body just left in the woods.
Now I'm showing you Exhibit 12. If you could, there is a larger screen behind you. If you wouldn't mind standing, and could you point out for the jury where the remains were located in this sketch?
This is the body labeled B, and this is the skull labeled A.
And did you depict the path on the sketch?
This is the dirt path.
I didn't create the sketch.
Okay.
That's the path.
And is the cemetery reflected? What side of the path is the cemetery on?
The cemetery is below the path. It's back here.
And then above the path, what is that area?
This is the wooded area at Clifton Church Road.
The unit marked a number of items on this scene sketch. What sort of items were indicated?
You've got a glove, cloth, t-shirt, a bone, and shoes and rags.
And could you indicate to the jury where the glove was located in reference to the remains?
The glove is right there, number 1.
And the cloth?
The cloth is number 2.
The t-shirt?
Number 3.
The bone?
The bone is right here, number 4.
And the shoes and rags?
Shoes and rags are... I don't see them depicted on the sketch.
No number 5?
I don't see a number 5. No, ma'am.
Okay. And were any of these items right with the victim's body?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You can have a seat. Why were they noted?
Because at that point, nobody had any idea of what we were working with. So anything that was out of place would have been noticed and collected for further examination.
Did you do any investigation into the area? Were you aware whether or not anyone utilized that path, or whether there was any traffic through that cemetery?
As I recall, there was some activity through that path. I don't think it would. I don't recall it being described as like a high traffic area that a lot of people went through, but the belief was that people occasionally would go into that area.
What about the wooded area? Did you get any indications that people were known to frequent that wooded area?
I don't recall that it was a place that people would frequent. Again, I think it's something that people may have gone into from time to time, but it wasn't like like currently you would have like a homeless camp or anything. Nothing along those lines.
Showing you exhibits 13 through 36, if you'd take a moment to flip through each of those.
Speed it up for us while he flips through it. Shame. He has to look at all those pictures again. Yes, Roxanne, the victim was 6 years old. I know I could go forward, but I'm a little nervous because I'm monitoring what they're going to show, and it's pretty terrible.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize them?
I recognize them as being from the scene of the body we responded to at the location.
And do they fairly and accurately depict that scene as you observed it on February the 26th of 1999?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the State tenders Exhibit 13 through 36 into evidence. Any objection?
Objection.
And we're back to normal speed.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective Harvey, we're looking at Exhibit 13. What are we looking at here?
This is an elevated scene, I believe, from a helicopter of the wooded, the whole wooded area, including the cemetery and the wooded area where the body was found, with Clifton Church and Clifton Springs Road.
And if you could you point out on the screen behind you where the church is located?
This is the church up here.
And the cemetery?
This is the cemetery.
That's the area to the right of the wooded area?
Correct.
And are those the woods where, to the left where the remains were recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Then I'm going to go back to already admitted Exhibit 9. What are we looking at here?
This is just another shot of the same area from a different vantage point. This is the church would be about here, and we're just looking in the other direction. You got the cemetery, and then this is the area where the body was found.
And where would the path have been roughly?
The path is back here a little ways.
Is this in Exhibit 14 the path you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Another view of the path?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Exhibit 15. Was this taken on the same day?
No, ma'am. This would have been taken a couple days later when they had recruits from the police academy come out and do a more exhaustive search of the area.
Exhibit 16.
This is the looking into the woods where the body was found.
Is that crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after the crime scene tape, they're going to show pictures of William DaShawn Hamilton's body as well, so I'm not going to be showing that.
Then going back to previously admitted Exhibit 60. What are we looking at here?
This is the victim's body right here, and then this is the victim's skull above it.
Exhibit 17.
The victim's body.
18.
This is one of the boots that was the victim was wearing when we found it.
I'll just show you the boots so you can see. It's very sad. Very sad images, okay? I'll just show you the boots so you can see that. And then we're going to move on because they're showing more graphic things.
Exhibit 19.
Again, this is the victim's body. You see the two boots, and this is a can It was under the foot.
Exhibit 20.
A close-up of the can underneath the victim's boot.
Exhibit 21.
A closer close-up of the same boot.
Okay, I'll show you this. His little Timberland boots, which, if you remember, Angeline Hartman, who was the lead reporter at the time at Fox News, and then she went on to work as the spokesperson for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. She's like, man, those little Timberland boots, once you see them, you're not going to unsee them. You'll always remember these little Timberland boots. Can't really see exactly what can that is. But yeah. Yeah, I'm glad we're not live. We're a little bit behind so that we can manage things like this. Okay, wait, let me just make sure.
Boot and can.
Exhibit 22.
Another view. This is showing the sole of the victim's boot with the can underneath.
Okay.
Exhibit 23.
Here is the can. Okay. Yeah, Casey says their new shoes. Tread is perfect. Mm-hmm. Okay.
The can that was underneath the victim's boot, the body has been removed at this point.
Was that can collected and preserved?
It was.
Exhibit 24.
This is looking at the victim's body from sort of the opposite view from the first picture. This is the victim's skull, and that's the victim's body.
I'm just going to quickly just show you so you could see the area. This picture is not as graphic as the others they've shown. Just like you could just see how he was left in the woods, okay? So they were saying his skull is here and his body was found there. You could just see the area of the woods now. Okay, so let's take it off again.
Exhibit 25.
The victim's skull. Closer up view of the victim's skull.
Exhibit 27.
This is the victim's body after it's been removed and put on a sheet, getting ready to transport from the scene.
Exhibit 28.
Another view of the victim's body on a sheet, being prepared to be removed from the scene.
Exhibit 29.
Another view. This is the glove of presumably one of the medical examiner investigators. I believe they're trying to depict the pattern of this is the top that the victim was wearing.
Exhibit 30.
Don't want to see it.
Picture of the victim. These are medical examiner investigators. You can see the victim is on his front, showing the pants and the bottom of the boots.
Exhibit.
Rochelle says, I just can't imagine a mother having to sleep in the woods with her child. You have to feel for her in that respect, in my opinion. If that's true, yes. Because, I mean, she left an apartment that was fully paid for a house, right, that her dad used to stay in. Paid up for 4 months. And she just gave the key to her friend Ava and said, nope, I'm heading off. I'm starting new in Atlanta. And off she went. And then she worked at Pleasers for a bit and all that. So I'm just not sure, if she did have to sleep in the woods. Maybe she did. But we just have to wait till we hear more evidence of that, right? Okay.
31.
This is an area, I can't tell if this is presumably where the victim's body was after it was removed. If you look at I believe this is where the main body was found. You can see this discolored area is part of the decomposition process.
And what's going on in Exhibit 32?
This is a photograph. They're trying to depict some small object here. That's why they have the pen. I can't tell what that is, frankly.
And where was that object found?
That was found at or underneath where the victim's body was, presumably. This is the same discoloration that you saw where the victim's body had been after it was removed.
And then Exhibit 33.
Again, this is a close-up of, I believe, the same picture that was taken before. They're the pen is identifying something. I'm not sure if that's I don't know what they're trying to depict in that picture.
Do you recall whether there were any missing pieces of bone that the medical examiners might have been looking for?
There certainly could have been with a body that's that decomposed and where the head has been separated. That's why they were digging through. You see it's very heavily pine strawed, and it's tough to find anything in that, so they're going through it pretty meticulously. But there would certainly, you'd want to search all around the body to see if you could recover any additional parts that had become detached.
Exhibit 34.
This is, again, the area where the body was found, and I believe you can see it better in the photograph. Yeah, I believe that's one of the
Exhibit 35.
One of the victim's teeth.
Shame. Peter Pronzo, Harlem Raiders. You said images that lost a lifetime for these law enforcement members, and now for the jury members, the same. I know, I really feel for them, right? And you could see the effect it has on these police officers when they have to relive this and just go through this again. You could just see on their faces, and you could see how it feels to relive it. So, okay, make sure that you guys are okay, but of course this is a safe place to watch true crime cases. I cover it in the most sensitive way possible. So, okay.
Then Exhibit 36, where was this taken?
This was in the wooded area. I can't recall exactly where in the wooded area, but it was not in what I would consider close proximity where the body was.
Was this sofa and these items depicted on the scene sketch?
No, they were not.
And if they had been in the area of the scene sketch, would they have been depicted?
They would have.
So is it fair to say they were outside the area of the scene sketch?
Yes, ma'am.
Interesting.
You can have a seat, thank you. What kind of area is the Clifton Springs, Clifton Church intersection area?
In 1999, it was mostly residential. There were not a lot of businesses in the area, like in the immediate area. You didn't have convenience stores and things like that within walking distance of this area.
Peter Pronzo, Harlem Raiders, by the way, is a former lieutenant from the NYPD. So coming from him saying images that lost a lifetime for these law enforcement members, he would know. And then saying, and now for the jury members, the same. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. And imagine being a detective working on these cases and everything. And, there's just no reason for us to see it. It's not respectful to the victim at all, not to their family members, which of course in this case would be extended family members. His mother's on trial. I don't know what a reaction to these pictures are. They didn't show a face. But yeah. Okay, thanks for being here.
Mostly residential.
And did there appear to be any attempt, based on your training and responding to scenes, to bury this body?
No, ma'am.
Were the items of clothing sort of evaluated and looked at as part of the investigation?
You mean the clothing that the victim was wearing?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. And what kind of clothing?
The victim was wearing a blue, I believe it was a hoodie. It was sort of a medium weight pullover type shirt. It was kind of blue. You saw kind of the stripe pattern in one of the photographs. He was wearing reddish denim type jeans. He had those Timberland boots on. He had socks on, and he had Carter's underwear. It all appeared to be intact.
And based on,
can you imagine? I hope Ava's okay. If she's in the courtroom seeing these, oh my word, Ava, Angeline. We're sending them lots of love too.
On the clothing, was that the reason that investigators initially believed this to be a child?
Well, clothing and just the size. On the scene, the size and the clothing led the initial people to believe that it was a child.
And then the juice can that was recovered, was there anything significant about the can or anything that anyone took note of?
Yes, ma'am. The can had, you saw that it was sort of dented or indented in the middle. It also had 7 or 8 little pinholes in that indentation, which is not an uncommon way for people to smoke crack cocaine. They put the cocaine on the can, light it, and then basically use it as a carburetor. Don't know for certain if that's what happened, but it was those sort of pinholes poked in that pattern were consistent with somebody using it for that purpose.
While at the scene, after it's documented, videotaped, and photographed, after the remains are removed, do the detectives stay and continue investigating?
It depends on if there's anything left to investigate. If the scene has been thoroughly searched and you believe you've recovered any evidence that is possible to recover, and the photographs have been taken, video, they wouldn't generally remain on the scene much longer. If there were additional things to look at, the medical examiner's office would deal pretty much with the body. The detectives would work the area around the body. So it's, again, and then it depends on things like how much light do you have, what are the conditions like, whether you would leave and come back. So it's not like as soon as the medical examiner leaves, everyone else leaves, but we were out there a long time with the body, with the medical examiner recovering the body, so I believe we had probably done most of what we could have done at that scene, so we probably would have left in relatively close proximity to the medical examiner's leaving with the body.
And based on your time in the scene, was anything recovered that gave you any indication of who this child was?
No, ma'am.
Were there any weapons or other evidence of death that were recovered aside from the remains?
No, ma'am, no weapons.
Was an autopsy performed in this case to your knowledge?
It was.
Do you recall when that was?
It was the next day.
And did you personally attend the autopsy?
I did.
Anything about the autopsy that helped you in your investigation right there in the first few days?
Yes and no. We initially, because the body was so badly decomposed, the only real intact skin was on the feet and the lower legs, and that had been basically blanched white. Initially, we believed it to be a Caucasian child. So that was one thing, but we didn't, at that point during the autopsy, they weren't even sure of the gender of the child. They weren't sure about the race of the child. They weren't sure about the age of the child. So
shame. Yeah, Tisha Marie says, wasn't his body found about 2 to 3 months after his death? They weren't able to tell his cause of death. Yes. So, but the medical examiner and the experts, right, are going to be still taking the stand during this trial. And apparently they found substances in his system, which would be from Tylenol and Benadryl. And it was found in, let me find the right terms there. I think it was muscular tissue or something. Hold on. I want to find it for you. There. They said skeletal muscle was tested during the autopsy, and they screened for drugs, and they found those 2 substances, right? And therefore, they believe it would have been a toxic level of those substances. So that is how they believe he may have died. But then there is the possibility of blunt force trauma, although I think that's going to be really hard to prove because his body was out there in the woods for so long, right? Okay.
As I recall, there were no obvious signs of injury, no bullet holes, nothing that would really lead to an immediate cause of death that would be clearly identified. But frankly, a lot of the body had been decomposed, so there may not have been much evidence of that anyway.
With the clothing, the shirt, the pants, the shoes, sort of their approximate height, is that kind of information that you can distribute to other area law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Was there an attempt to distribute this information and see if there were any missing children's cases that might have matched?
Yes, we did that certainly at first within DeKalb County, and then put out notices to other metro agencies in case there were missing persons reports that might match that the unknown victim that we were dealing with.
Was the neighborhood canvassed to see if you could develop any witnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone spoken to from the church?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on all of those efforts, were you able to obtain any information that helped identify this child?
Not from any of those efforts, no.
Now, you indicated within a week or so, a few days later, that the cadets, the police cadets, went back out to do a more thorough search. Was anything obtained during that search that helped identify the child?
No, ma'am.
Any weapons or objects that were believed to have caused his death?
No, ma'am.
When a case doesn't really appear to have any viable leads just directly from the scene or from the remains themselves, what sort of things can you do to try to generate tips or get help?
Well, there are a couple things you can do. One, you can broadcast information to other agencies. You can check with, places like DFACS, check with school systems, check with places that may have children involved. You can put out reward. You can have a tip line. You can put information on national, at this time in 1999, we didn't have the internet like we do now, where you could put it on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok, and quarter of a million people would see it in 5 minutes. There were more basic methods, essentially teletypes going out to other law enforcement agencies to see if anybody could say, hey, we've got a report of a missing child, say in Gwinnett County, and then try to match people up and exclude them that way. We also went through school records of several counties in the area to see if we had children that had not returned from school, because this was in February, so if there had been a child that had maybe not returned after Christmas vacation, we knew the child had been in the woods for some amount of time, possibly could have, kids that didn't come back to school. But again, you've got so many people moving around and coming and going. It's a really, really wide pool out there to try to find a needle in a haystack.
Did you ever, or did the DeKalb County Police Department reach out to news agencies and provide information about what we did know in the case?
The DeKalb County Police and the medical examiner's office did. We worked very closely together, and frankly, the medical examiner's office did more of that than the police department did. But yes, those efforts were made. There were some TV specials done. There was news coverage. There were articles in the paper. Anything to try to maybe spur somebody's interest or knowledge. Very early version of see something, say something.
I'm showing you.
So we're still going to get to, obviously, when the medical examiner is on the stand. I'll just quickly show you this, which is part of my presentation. So if you missed that, check out the link in my description box, because we did a full case coverage. We looked at all of this already on December 26th in preparation for this trial. It was trial prep. That's what we do, right? As much as possible. So we prepped for it here. I just want to see what they said. Hold on. There we go. So the substances found in his system were diphenhydramine and acetaminophen, which they said would be like the acetaminophen is a pain reliever and a fever reducer like Tylenol, and the diphenhydramine is an antihistamine like Benadryl. So that they still found in the muscular system. Well, actually, they said it would be. You see? Hold on one second. We're gonna go back and look again. I don't want to mess up the terms for you. It was found in his skeletal muscle, and so therefore, earlier in the day, today they were talking about it and saying, well, therefore, it would have been more in his blood at the time. But they're still going to get to that. Tylenol and Benadryl. Okay. All right, so let's just continue listening here.
Exhibit 37. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
I recognize it as an article that was in the paper about the search that was done by the cadets from the police academy afterwards. Again, trying to spark interest or try to get information on this case. And you can see there's in the center here in red, it's outlined with the tip line for people to call in with information.
And on what day was this article published?
This was March 2nd, 1999. I believe the day after the cadets were out there doing their search.
And is this front page news?
Yes, ma'am, above the fold.
You said there were also news stories done and media outreach televised.
Yes, ma'am. And over the years, podcasts. One of the things that you'd want to do in a what became a cold case is get the story out there, and maybe somebody will watch something and something will trigger somebody and say, "Hey, I remember something about that." And it's actually, it sometimes takes years and years. But I've worked several cases where somebody has watched a special at 2 o'clock in the morning on one of these shows, and they say, "Hey, that sounds a lot like this person," and they make a call, and that breaks the case right open.
And in all of these sort of outreach to the community, to other agencies, where you're providing what information you do know about the child, are you also providing a tip line and information so that anyone who knows something can contact your department?
Absolutely. And again, in those days it was telephone. You didn't have email and text and web pages.
You mentioned that rewards can be offered. Was a reward published in this case?
It was.
And what was the reward in this case?
The governor's office authorized a reward, I believe, of $5,000 for information that led to the identity and clues on this individual.
And was that back in '99, around the time the remains were recovered?
It would have been in probably just a couple weeks after that.
I forgot about that. So Ava should get that reward, yes?
Was anything done at the church to try to develop any tips or information?
There was. The church held a memorial service for the the unidentified child. They invited community leaders, and it was thought, one, it would spark some interest, people talking about the case. There was also the belief that maybe a perpetrator would return, depending on what had happened. They may be sort of lured back to the scene to see what's going on. That's been known to happen in murder cases. And so they did that. I don't remember the exact date, but it was fairly soon after the body was found.
I'm showing you Exhibit 38, 39, and 40. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
Starting with 38 and 39, how do you recognize those exhibits?
These are people in attendance at the ceremony that they had for the child. I recognize the then District Attorney of DeKalb County.
This is the defendant. If you've only just joined the stream, now this is Teresa Ann Black, who's on trial for the murder of her son, William DaShawn Hamilton.
J. Tom Morgan is present.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately depict some of the individuals that attended the memorial service?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders 38 and 39 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Very good.
And then 40, do you recognize this exhibit?
That's a memorial headstone, I guess, or memorial stone for the child that I think the church put in the cemetery.
And is that fairly and accurately represent the memorial that was created for that ceremony?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state tenders exhibit 40 in evidence.
Any objection, 40?
No objection.
All right, there are all admitted.
Commissioner Publish.
Yes.
The cameraman zooms in.
Start with 38. Do you see any news cameras present in this photograph?
I do. I see news. You want me to stand up and...
Sure.
You can see the news camera right there.
And was this ceremony aired on TV as well?
I don't know if it was aired live. I think it was covered by the news, but I don't think it was aired like as the whole ceremony.
39.
Another news camera. This is J. Tom.
So you see, now the cameraman is not showing that. Maybe now he's been told, be careful what you show. They're not showing that now, which I'm sure they could show this.
Morgan, the then DeKalb County District Attorney.
And is this the church where the service was held?
Yes, ma'am.
Previously admitted Exhibit 7?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. And Exhibit 40.
And that's the memorial that the church put up in honor of the child.
You may be seated, thank you. Now, that service, were the vehicles that attended documented, their license plates?
Yes, ma'am. A detective went through and recorded the license plates of the vehicles attending the service.
And were the people that attended the service also recorded and photographed?
In a large group like that, they weren't individually recorded and photographed, but they did try to cover the people that were there so that they could see if anything stood out.
You indicated that this case really went cold. Despite all those efforts, did you receive any tips? The police department, medical's office, were there tips that came through about who this child might be?
There were some tips that came in, and there were some things that we would develop, and we tracked everyone down, and always, fortunately, I guess, determined that it wasn't the child in question, but we weren't ever able to get anything that led us closer to who this child was.
And as the case got...
You can also listen to Angeline Hartman's podcast, Inside Crime, which is in my description box. And those 6 episodes about this case tell you a lot about, how the tips they got and which was the most promising tip at the time and all of that. It's very interesting as well.
Got colder, would you say that the police department or the medical examiner's office took more control over it?
The medical examiner's office, definitely.
Thank you.
All right, cross. Y'all doing okay? Okay. We'll take a break after this witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 12 again. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Just take a look at that for me. There are some distances marked on that map, correct?
Correct.
Right. What is the total distance from Clifton Church Road to that dirt path?
135 feet.
Okay. And what is the distance from where the body was located to that dirt path?
To approximately the center of the dirt path, to the skull was about 146 feet.
So take a look at that on the dirt path where you see the 146.
Mm-hmm.
Those are actually the distances from the start of the path. I'm going to point.
I see.
Yeah.
So it looks like approximately 80 feet.
So 80 feet from the dirt path. So was that dirt path parallel with Clifton Church Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're looking at about 55 feet from Clifton Church Road. If we do the math, 135 minus 80.
I'll defer to you.
Okay. So safe to say it was closer to the highway, the Clifton Church Road, than the dirt path.
I would agree with that. Yes.
Okay. All right. Now there's a few things marked on there. There's a glove found, right?
Yes.
A piece of cloth.
Yes.
A T-shirt.
Yes.
And a bone.
Yes.
I understand there's a shoe and rags that I can't find that either. There's not a 5 on this map, is there?
Not that I can find.
Okay. The glove, cloth, T-shirt. Any indication that these items were associated with this case or with this body?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. The sofa and the chair. There's no, that we saw in the other picture. There's no indication that those are related to this case either, right?
That's correct.
There was just some debris and garbage and things in the woods, right?
Correct.
The bone that was found, number 4, was that a human bone or an animal bone?
It was an animal bone.
Okay. All right, I'll take that one back from you if you don't mind. Thank you. We saw some pictures of the juice can, right?
Correct.
The child's boot was on top of that juice can when photographed, right?
That's correct.
Right, and that's how it was when you arrived on the scene?
Correct.
Okay. So where it was dented, there was actually a boot literally on it, right?
It was, yes.
Okay. All right. After your investigation at the scene, were you able to determine how this child died?
No.
All right. After you attended the autopsy, were you able to determine how this child died?
No, but I didn't make that determination. I wouldn't have made that determination anyway.
Okay. But you certainly never came up with a conclusion after that, after what you observed?
I did not.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. You're excused. Counsel, can you approach the scheduling matter?
Yes. Scheduling matter. No. Put the sound off, everyone. So what they're going to do now is, I'll show you. They make a screen like this. So we're going to skip through this afternoon break now. We're teleporting through, which is why we like to delay the live coverage so that we can do this. We either de-fluff it or we just teleport through it if we start later. Okay, so they're going to be back in the courtroom now. Eastern time right now is almost 4:15. It's probably still another 45 minutes or so at least, right, of the trial?
All right, we got the state back. I'll just, real quick before we bring the jurors in, there have been, I know you, Mr. Bozard, you said initially your client was not going to waive her presence at bench conferences. We have had a couple of bench conferences solely for the purpose of scheduling. Is she willing to waive her presence at the bench for purposes of scheduling only?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. That
Actually, I had to check. That was normal speed.
just want to make sure we clear the record up with that. All right, last witness for the day, it will be today.
Your Honor, we have two possible if you'd like to get through two.
Well, do the one that has to go today, and we'll see what time they end up.
Yes, Your Honor. And just so you're aware, Dr. Gonzalez is not available this evening to do his part of the Delaware hearing.
Okay, we'll just do it in the morning. We'll do it at 9, and I'll have the jurors come in at 10.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tomorrow. Okay, let's bring them in.
So Dr. Gonzalez that they just mentioned is, I think he was the lead medical examiner, or he is a medical examiner, and they said, okay, we'll bring him in at 9, and then the jury will be in at 10, so we can expect already there a delay, right, in when the jury's in the room and the trial starts. So we'll just gauge it. I'm going to start later. So don't get confused if tomorrow you see day 2 is like later and you're all freaking out and telling me it's already started. We're doing it late on purpose so we can just teleport through all the lunch breaks and coffee breaks, okay? The trial is expected to last about a week. So like now, let's go forward.
That they initially claimed is not touch it. I don't know what.
Damn, you know what? My screen is cropped, but they just showed the jury. Never a good thing. Okay, here's the next. All this risk management with trials, on my word. Okay, here's the next witness.
Hold on. It says it's sharing. So unplug and replug.
Unplug and replug. Let's go forward.
When did you start with the medical examiner's office?
Started in 1998.
Did you have any other law enforcement experience before working with the medical examiner's office?
Yes, ma'am. I was employed with the DeKalb County Police Department.
What'd you do there?
I worked uniform, CID, burglary, homicide, narcotics.
And how many years were you with the police department?
19.
So after you left the police department and went to the medical examiner's office, what was your role there?
I was a forensic investigator when I went there, yes.
And were you working in that capacity back in 1999?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you called out to a scene of the recovery of a small child's remains in the area of Clifton Springs and Clifton Church Road in DeKalb County?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that on February the 26th of 1999?
That's correct.
How did you get the call?
We received it over the radio to respond to that area in reference to a deceased individual.
Do you remember how many members of the medical examiner's office responded?
There were several. We were actually at lunch and were headed back to the office when we received the call. So I had one additional investigator with me, and our team we responded, and there was additional personnel also responding to the scene.
And when you got to the scene, who was there?
The uniform division was there. They had set up a perimeter of the area where the deceased was found. There was personnel from the crime scene unit. There was personnel from our office. There was, I'm trying to think, there were several people there from other divisions to assist.
And on a scene like this, and report of a body being discovered, what is the process of evaluating and?
It's just basically the who, what, when, and where, and why. You know, that's kind of the premises. You have to determine, you know, what do we have here? We had, you know, obviously deceased person, but why is it here? Who is it? You know, trying to get the identification of the individual, and then to assess the scene and determine what is a scene and what's not part of the scene.
And as part of the investigation, is the scene photographed by the medical examiner's office independently of the police department?
There are people taking pictures with the medical examiner's office, the crime scene unit with the police department also takes pictures and video.
And does the medical examiner's office and investigators conduct an independent investigation from the police department?
Yes, we work in conjunction with them, but we do an independent investigation for the medical examiner's office.
Prior to, and who would be responsible for recovering the remains in a case like this?
In this instance, it would have been myself and the other investigators at the scene.
And prior to recovering the remains or removing them from the location, do you document how the remains are as you find them?
Yes.
Now we're going to have to be careful again with what they show. Just letting you know. It's the medical examiner after all.
I'm going to show you exhibits 41, 42, 45, 46, and 47.
Okay, 41 is as you approach the scene. This is just a wooded area at Clifton Springs and Clifton Springs Road. It's just a small triangle area where those roads intersect, and there was a cemetery. I believe it was going to be to the left of this in this photograph, and this was just a wooded area to the right of it.
Okay. The next exhibit.
Okay, the number 42, exhibit 42, is actually the deceased remains of the individual that was located in the woods there.
Okay. The next exhibit.
This is exhibit 45. This was the skull, which was separated from the remains of the body, and it was located approximately 10-15 feet from where the body was located. This is the mandible, the jawbone. It was exhibit 46. This was also found near the skull, and this photograph shows where there was missing teeth.
And the next exhibit?
This is exhibit 47, and after we removed...
Like zooming in on the defendant's eyeball there, like getting a real close look. This is the defendant.
The body, we went back and looked through the soil and tried to find other parts and remains, and these appear to be, I believe these were small finger bones, phalanges.
And do each of these exhibits fairly and accurately depict the scene and the recovery as you observed it? That is exhibit 41, 42, 45, 46, and 47.
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Your Honor, the state tenders exhibits 41, 42, 45, 46, and 47 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they're all admitted.
And I'm showing you exhibits 42 and 43 that have already been admitted. Do you recognize the contents of those photographs?
I do.
So before I asked you about them, I wanted to make sure you recognize them. All right, thank you.
Zooming into his mouth. Not me, the cameraman.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you exhibit 41. What are we looking at here?
Well, as you approach the scene, and I'm not specific, but I believe this is just to the right of a maintenance trail that went up through the woods there. The body is laying.
Okay, so I'm just going to pause it quickly. I'm just going to quickly show you. It's far enough away like this, just to show you the woods, the scene, how he was left in the woods, okay? The pictures will get more graphic as we go, so I'm not going to be showing that. I've already explained myself. I don't have to explain it again, right? Okay, so let's listen.
Over to the right side of that roadway, and this is the area where the body was discovered, and we're approaching the body at that point.
And is this prior to any manipulation or disturbance of the remains?
I believe it is, yes. I'm sure that it is, because
see that.
Then the You say we weren't dressed out then.
Tie-back suits and that thing, preparing up to examine the body.
Is that based on the individual in the upper right-hand corner there?
Yes.
I'm showing you Exhibit 42. What are we looking at here?
This again is just a close picture of the same remains.
Exhibit 43.
This is.
I'm sorry, 42.
Okay, this is just the background here is the body of the individual, and then the skull that was located. I would just estimate 15 feet from the body.
And Exhibit 43.
This is the skull that was located there.
Exhibit 45.
Same skull with the picture of the teeth missing.
Exhibit 46.
It's going to be the mandible jawbone, and it's going to have the picture there where the teeth are missing.
Exhibit 47.
I believe those are the finger bones that were recovered in the soil.
Now, when you dressed out and got ready to recover the remains, is it just as simple as lifting the remains into a cloth, or how do you go about?
No, the first thing you have to do, you have to assess the scene to determine what is inside the scene area, and that includes looking for evidence of what may have led to this death, any kind of identification, those type of things, any kind of instrument that may have been involved in the death. And you look at that before you start manipulating the body. After you do that, you document everything that you see. I mean, it's just, what kind of clothing they have. Is there any tears? Is there any obvious signs of struggle or anything that may, indicate some type of disturbance there? And then once you go through all that, then you start, manipulating the body. But, in a decomposed body type situation, it's a little different than when you have an intact, decedent, because there is decomposed parts and things that are very fragile and easy to disturb and ruin. So our objective at that point is to try to manipulate the body into a body bag into the same position it was, that we can get it back to the Forensic Science Center so you can do a more thorough exam.
And in this particular situation, was the earth around and under the body searched for additional?
Yes, it's in a situation like this, we always recover. We take additional body bags and we recover 18 inches to 24 inches of soil underneath of it in case there had been a projectile, fired, and we figured that if we can penetrate that far in the dirt, we could recover that.
And then was that dirt then looked through and sifted through for evidence?
It was taken back to the Forensic Science Center where it was systematically gone through and sifted and looked for any evidence that may be in it.
Now, in addition to responding to the scene to recover the remains, did you have any knowledge about that area?
Other than just generalized policing, patrolling in that area occasionally and different calls in the area, but no, not at this specific location.
And from patrolling the area, what kind of area was this?
It was just a residential area in South DeKalb County.
Once the remains are taken back to the medical examiner's office for autopsy, do you attend that examination?
One of our team members will attend and document it. The medical examiner is responsible for, making the decision as to how he wants to proceed or she wants to proceed. And we have personnel there to take the notes and write down what was said at the autopsy.
And ultimately, was there anything either about the remains or the scene from those initial, first couple of days that definitively told you who this child was or how they had died?
No, not at all.
What sort of things does the medical examiner's office do to then try to identify this person?
anything you can grab that would give you some type of a lead on this individual, and that starts with clothing. First and foremost, you look through, if pockets are available to look in, you look in those. But if you don't have anything like that, you have to track the clothing and labels and manufacturers and things of that nature.
And was that done in this case?
It was.
Tell the jury about how you can follow up with clothing too.
Well, clothing is helpful, maybe not to identify the individual unless there was a name in it or a laundry label or something, but it does give you an area of where the clothing was purchased from, and maybe give you an indication of where this child was from. Because at this point, we had no idea who this child was or where they were from or anything about them. But with the clothing, we did track the shirt and the pants and the shoes to various areas in the country.
And did any of that tracking result in a positive lead on where these specific items were sold?
Yes, the shoes were the most significant because they were fairly new Timberland shoes. I believe they were size 11, children's size. And it was kind of interesting in the fact that we contacted, through the Federal Trade Commission, we found out that these shoes were exclusively sold at a sporting goods store here in Atlanta. I just can't recall the name of it. It was at South DeKalb Mall is where that was, the store was, which was interesting to us because South DeKalb Mall was in fairly close proximity to where the body was found. So we focused on that. I believe there was 2,800 pairs that were in this area, and the way they had it set up was the shoes were distributed to the sporting goods store at South DeKalb as an exclusive item. And then 2 months later, that was extended to a store called Welty's in downtown Atlanta, which is a large shoe store down there. And after that, I believe in July, I think they opened it up to other sales. But they had it staggered as to how they sent out those 2,800 pairs. We went to South DeKalb since that was in close proximity and spoke with the manager there. He told us that the shoes, there had not been any shoes sold from his store in a size 11, nor had they received any size 11 in that shoe. Back July, I believe, checked these records.
And that was specific to your research in Georgia, correct?
Yes.
The shoes were also sold throughout the country,
yes,
correct?
They were.
Yeah. North Carolina?
Yes.
And maybe I didn't ask it very artfully, but ultimately you weren't able to track down the purchase of these items.
No, we were not.
The jury has already heard from the lead detective in this case about efforts to identify this victim. What sort of additional efforts did the medical examiner's office do?
Well, like I said, we did work in conjunction. We fed off each other. If you had a lead, we tried to work on some of the different leads that they had. But the main part was, we contacted the Exploited Children's Network. We went through missing children, and through that list, we went through the national database of missing children. And it was just dumbfounding to me because, at that time it was like 5,000 missing children a year, and I had no idea that it was that many. So I knew we were up against a challenge here, not being able to identify this child very quickly.
Are you familiar with clay reconstructions and artistic renderings?
Of the clay, yes, I am.
Tell the jury what can be done to develop a clay reconstruction.
Well, I don't have any expertise in doing the clay reconstruction, but the people that have been trained to do that are able to, through various ways that they measure the skull and things, they're able to encapsulate the skull in clay, and they are able to devise a pretty recognizable features of this child. And the theory behind it is, if you know, to the average person, you might not be able to identify it, but if this person's related to them or you know it, it's kind of like a bolo picture, you know, it will jump out at you because you have some kind of, you know, knowledge of it.
And did the office request that these sorts of reconstructions and renderings be created in this case to try to help develop leads? Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Need some water? Coffee? No? Okay.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen the clay model that they made. That one was interesting. I think that the rendering they made was very good. Look at that one. Wow. And that's how Ava saw that. And she's like, oh my word, I think I recognize him, and called in her tip, which was exactly what they needed to help identify him.
Good afternoon. I just have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
You said that the skull was located 10, 15 feet or so from
probably somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay.
Short distance.
Have you gone to scenes where there's a decomposing body before in your job?
Yes, sir.
Is the skull being separate from the body something that's unusual?
Not necessarily. I mean, especially in an outdoor scene, you have a lot of animal activity, and you know, those things just happen. I mean, once the body's decomposed, you know, animals move those things around. And that's one of the reasons you have the crime scene. You have to look for those things because they could have possibly been moved.
And was that your opinion when you arrived on scene, that that's how the skull got there?
Objection, cause for speculation.
This is something that he said he's done multiple times. I wanted to know his opinion when he got there.
Unless he actually observes how the skull is moved, he's speculating as.
All right. Well, if the witness can answer the question, you can answer the question. Go ahead.
Could you rephrase your question? I'm sorry.
I'll ask it this way. I think it can fix everything. Did you have any reason to believe the skull was moved there other than animal scavenging?
No, sir.
Okay. You also mentioned that the mandible was separated from the skull, right?
Yes.
And that's your jaw,
yes.
Right? How far away was that from the skull?
It was, I would say, several inches to a foot from it.
Okay. There were some markings near the skull and underneath the body and around the body. Those are decomposition stains?
That's what they appear to be, yes, and that's what I believe that to be is, you know, the skull, the brain's intact, and when it decomposes, you know, the fluid and things settle in the soil.
Okay. Now, there was quite an extensive stain near the skull, if you recall. That was a lot bigger than the size of the skull, is that right? Do you want to take a look?
Yes.
Wait, what? Careful now.
I'll show you states 43.
Right, Caroline? It's going to be hard to prove.
Yes, that could be. I mean, the body could have actually been at that position at one time and moved by, you know, animals or some portion of it. I can't really tell you what that is. I know there's something that appears to be decomposed.
Okay. So you're saying that looking at the stain near the skull, that's where the body could have been before being moved?
I would have to really look at that again. It's been a number of years, but I would say that by the way the body was positioned when we found it, it was kind of in disarray. And there's a possibility that it could have been in closer to the skull and moved to some extent, as opposed to the skull being moved. You know, the body could have been drugged some. I don't know that for a fact, but those things are possible. You just have to kind of sort through it and look and see what the possibilities of that occurring are.
Okay. And now the decomposition area near the skull, that could also just be from the skull, right?
Could be.
And
absolutely.
The skull could have just been moved around in that small area.
Yes.
By carnivores or anything like that. Okay. Now you said on direct that you look for evidence of what caused the death before you begin to manipulate the body, right?
That's correct.
Right. Did you find any?
No, sir.
Okay. In any of your manipulation of the body, receiving of the body, searching, did you find any evidence of what caused this death?
No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Wow, that was loud.
Go ahead, next witness.
Let's just make sure it's my colleagues with us.
Okay.
Thank you all for being here, by the way. I really appreciate it. If you haven't yet subscribed, please do so.
Gary Harris, Your Honor.
Like and share.
Gary Harris?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Gary Harris is up next. Like and share hashtag William DaShawn Hamilton and hashtag Grizzly True Crime. You can also use the hashtag Teresa Black Trial. All right, let me get the witness ready. Richie, thank you so much for being here. Hope you feel much better soon.
I solemnly swear I affirm the testimony you should give to the court should be the truth and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
Please lower your hand, state your name, and spell it for the record.
Gary Harris. GaryHarris.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harris. How are you?
Yeah, just hold the chair a little closer to the mic.
Mr. Harris, where are you from originally?
Memphis, Tennessee.
And at some point, did you move to Atlanta?
Yes, I came down for the Olympics. I was in concessions. And I came down in 96.
And is that when did you ultimately move to Atlanta at that time in 1996?
Yes, I did.
And when you moved to Atlanta or the metropolitan area of Atlanta, who were you living with?
I was living with my brother.
And do you recall the street that you and your brother lived on?
Clifton Springs.
All right, is that
Clifton Springs Road.
Oh, gotcha. Do you know if that's in DeKalb County?
Yes, it is.
And when you were living with your brother after the Olympics, what kind of work did you start doing?
Warehouse.
Warehouse work. And generally, what was your shift at when you was working at the warehouse?
Basically, it was 5 until we finished. Sometimes we finished at 3, sometimes we finished at 6. Most of the time we finished between 3 and 4:30.
So it's fair to say you kind of work overnight and you
Yes.
get off in the early AM hours.
Yes.
Okay.
I just want to show you. He said he lived on Clifton Springs Road, which is actually right here where William's body was found. So let's see how he's connected so far.
And how long did you do that?
Maybe 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah.
And the 2 years you was working in the warehouse during the wee hours of the morning, were you still living with your brother or were you living somewhere
Yes,
else?
I was.
All right. And your brother's home on Clifton Springs Road, is that near a church?
Yes. Right across the street from the church. The cemetery was right behind it.
All right. And how long did you live with your brother?
Maybe about 4 years, maybe about 4 years.
And so, did you move with your brother in 1996 when you came down?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then you stayed there approximately 4 years, so...
Yeah, right at 4 years.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
I'm holding what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63 and 64 for identification purposes. Mr. Harris, what is depicted in State's Exhibit 63?
Address mailbox,
And what's the address on that mailbox?
2230 Clifton Springs Road.
And what's depicted in State's Exhibit 64?
This is my brother's house.
And is that the house you resided in from 1996 to 2000?
Yes.
Is that a fair, accurate depiction of the house back when you resided there?
Yes, it is. That was my bedroom window on the end.
And 2230 State's Exhibit 63, is that the mailbox right in front of the residence to which you resided in with your brother from 1996 to 2000?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender what's been marked in State's Exhibit 63 and 64 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
63 and 64 are admitted.
Commissioner Public, Your Honor.
Sure.
Me too, Gloria. Impressed with how they found all these witnesses after all these years, right? Mm-hmm. We're almost all caught up to the trial here. I'm just speeding this little part up. Okay, it's coming up now.
So I want to first talk with you about State's Exhibit 63. We kind of spoke amongst each other, but I want the jury to see. So, in State's Exhibit 63, can you tell the jury what road is directly in front of the mailbox?
Clifton Springs Road.
And the address 2230, is that your and your brother's residence or someone else's residence?
That was me and my brother's residence.
And now, State's Exhibit 64. What is this?
That's my brother's house.
Now, Mr. Harris, if you can stand up for me, there's a big television right behind you. I want you to point to where your room was located inside of your brother's house.
This window right here will be my room right there.
Okay.
Are you pointing to the one on the far right?
Yes, right here.
And to be clear, that's the front of the house that's facing Clifton Springs Road.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I'm showing you now what has already been tendered into evidence as Exhibit 13. All right. Okay. Do you see that, Mr. Harris?
Yes, I see
Can
it.
you turn around for me and look at the screen for a second time? Where is your house on State's Exhibit 13?
It would be here.
That house in the far right corner with the driveway showing?
Yes.
And is that a white garage door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so you stated that earlier testimony, you normally get home between 3:30 and 4 because you work at a warehouse, and that's roughly the time you get out, right? Yeah. What do you normally do? What is your normal routine back then when you came home?
Well, basically, I slept in the room with my nephew. He was like 2. And my brother, him and his wife worked in the daytime. So I would just basically go home and just stay in bed, maybe look out the window, you know. But, you know, by them had to go to work, you know, I wouldn't go in, the TV was in the living room, which was the next room. I couldn't wake them up. So basically, I just stayed there and looked out the window a whole lot of time.
And were your window, the room to where you slept,
Were you able to see the cemetery from your room?
Yes.
And were you able to see it clearly?
Yes.
And from the 4 years you lived there, what was normally going on in that wooded area around the time you came home from work?
Nothing.
So I want to take you back to late 1998, early 1999. Being that you already stated nothing normally happens in this area, did something, did an incident stand out to you that you can recall?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury about that?
Okay, one night I was laying there and I heard a car door slam. So I looked out the window and I guess the passenger had got in the car, and then I heard another car door slam. I mean, the driver had got in first, and then the passenger got in, cranked the car, and they took off.
Okay. I want to, around what time day was this?
That was about 4 in the morning.
Nighttime?
Yes.
Okay.
Early morning.
And do you recall the temperature that day?
It was cold.
And so I want you to turn back around on the screen and tell me the vehicle that you did. Well, let me ask you this first. Did you look out the window and see any vehicles?
Yeah, it was a vehicle. Yeah, it was bagged in.
So when you say it was
the car, I could see the tail lights.
When you say it was bagged in, okay, you just said you could see the tail lights. All right. So can you point now on this picture on State Exhibit 13 where you saw the vehicle?
It was basically in this area right here.
Okay.
But this is the cemetery right there, and it would have had been here.
All right. And so after you heard the car door slam, did you see the vehicle leave?
Yeah, it pulled off real fast.
And then after the vehicle pulled off, did you say anything to anybody at that time after it pulled off?
Yeah, I told my brother, I said, man, somebody was over there in the car. And that was strange because there was never anybody even walking through there taking a shortcut or anything.
And so, let me ask you this. At some point, did you go out there to try to investigate and see what you saw?
No.
All right. And the next day, did you go out there and try to?
No, it turned super cold the next day. I was going to go and investigate because the cemetery, I used to go over there and walk the dogs sometimes. Sometimes we did smoke in the house. So I would go over there to smoke and read the headstone. It's an old cemetery.
And so you never went out there because it got cold, right?
Yeah.
At some point in time, did you learn that a child's body was found in the wooded area by the cemetery?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do once you learned of that?
I called homicide and I talked to him and I told him about the car.
And roughly, how long ago was this?
First time I called?
The first time?
I think it was around 90-something.
In the 90s?
Yeah.
Okay. And did any law enforcement officer ever come out to speak with you about what you saw?
No, it didn't.
Do you recall the person you had spoke to when you made that initial contact back in 1999?
No.
And after that, since no one ever came out, nothing happened for a significant time period.
Right.
I want to direct you now to 2022. At some point, did that incident that you saw back in 1999, did it resurface on the news?
Yes, it resurfaced. I called in again.
And you called in again, and did you speak to someone or did you leave a message?
I spoke to someone.
All right. And then after you spoke to someone, were you then interviewed?
Yes, I was.
And did you provide them with the story that you are telling the jury here today?
Yes.
you stated that, you know, people don't generally walk through at that time of night. Have you ever, in your time of living in that area, did you ever observe individuals sleeping in that wooded area?
No. It's super dark over there. I'm talking about like in the daytime, you might have crackheads walking through there, but at night it's so dark, nobody will go over there.
The vehicle that you saw that night back when it was cold in 1999, were you able to determine the make and model of the vehicle?
No.
Were you ever able to determine the color or anything of that nature?
No.
You were just able to see the lights?
The interior light when they open the door.
No disrespect.
Good memory.
Cross.
Good afternoon. Got a couple questions for you, Mr. Harris, okay? All right. So, Mr. Harris, you said earlier that you lived in this area for about 4 years, right?
Yeah, just about 4 years.
So you got to be fairly familiar with this particular area.
Yeah, right across the street.
Right. So when you would take a right out of your house, you'd run into the church on the right.
If I took a right out of my house, church was directly across the street from me. So if I took a right, I just walked to the bus stop down the street.
Yeah, so I'm asking from, and I think the picture is still up, from where you identified where your house was. If you take a right on Clifton Springs Road, the church is going to come up on your right there, correct?
Talking about this church?
So if you could stand up and point to, yes, that church.
That church?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you said at this time you had dogs that you would walk.
Yeah, I had a box. My brother had a box.
Okay. So, and you take this dog for walks?
Yeah, most of the time we walk them in the back. We had enough land in the back where I could walk them in the back.
But sometimes you walk around the neighborhood with the dogs, right?
No, I walk across the street in the cemetery with the dogs sometimes.
Okay. So the cemetery in that wooded area near the cemetery, that's where you'd walk your dog.
Yeah, the cemetery was across the street. It wasn't on my way.
I know. I'm simply asking that you would walk your dog to the cemetery.
Sometimes here and then, yes.
Okay. So since you were familiar with the area, Mr. Harris, you would know that across the street from you was that cemetery, right?
Right.
And then if you go beyond that cemetery, there's a wooded area.
Yeah.
Okay. And in this picture, we're looking at, and I think it's on your monitor too. I won't ask you to stand up again, but it appears that there are some trees here in the cemetery, and looks like there's one in front of your house. Does that look correct to you?
Yeah.
And is that what you recall, there being a tree in your front yard?
In my front yard?
Yes.
Yeah, it was back then.
Okay.
It was a small tree.
Okay. And there's also trees in front of the cemetery, which would be in front of your house, right? So I'll rephrase that. There are trees separating your house from that cemetery.
Yeah.
And this is about what that area looked like at the time?
Yeah, I would imagine. Because that whole area now is full of trees.
Okay.
I'm talking about it, you just can't see the headstones now. There's so many trees over there.
All right, Mr. Harris. So I want to talk about the night that you saw what you saw. Okay.
Okay.
All right. We've already determined this was late at night.
Early in the morning.
Early in the morning. You had gotten off of work.
Yes.
Okay. So it was dark out.
I like this witness. Gary Harris lived across the road. Doesn't take no nonsense. Just like, oh, okay, so it was late at night, early in the morning. Okay.
Oh, yes.
And you said earlier that it was super dark in this area.
It's always dark over there.
Okay. This is a fairly quiet neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there weren't any street lights.
Yes, there are street lights.
Okay.
But over there in the cemetery, it's dark.
Okay. No street lights in the cemetery.
No.
All right.
That's why nobody ever walked through there.
Okay. All right. So at this point, early in the morning, you got off of work. You were inside your house.
Right.
You were sharing a bedroom with your nephew at that point?
Yes.
And he was asleep, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay. So the lights were off in your room?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, why even cross-examine this witness? You know what I mean? Because it's not going to help their case. Just a crazy Swiftie says, I enjoy Gary's snarky precision. Me too.
And Mr. Harris, what brought your attention to whatever was going outside? You heard car doors slam.
Yeah, I heard the first car door slam. Then I heard the other car door slam. That's when I looked. When I heard the first car door slam, that's when I looked out, and the passenger was getting in the car, and the dome light came on, slammed that door, and they left. At 4 o'clock in the morning, you don't have the day sounds. And it was already a quiet neighborhood, so it's super quiet over there.
Yeah.
Wish we could see her face right now.
So you weren't looking out the window as this car pulled up?
No. It didn't, evidently it didn't pull up. It might have pulled up and swerved like that, because when I heard the first car door slam, that's when the other interior light came on. When the other door opened, it cranked the car up.
You couldn't see who was getting inside the car?
No, I couldn't.
You couldn't see anybody getting out of the car?
No.
You couldn't see what these people were doing?
No.
And as you testified earlier, you couldn't tell the make of the car?
No.
And you couldn't tell the model of the car?
No.
And you couldn't tell the color of the car?
No.
You didn't get a license plate number?
No.
Okay. And you testified earlier and you testified just now that this was an unusual occurrence?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Out of the ordinary?
Yeah, I would say out of the ordinary.
And, now you're saying that you thought something was going on over there.
Yeah, I'm talking about, one would think, okay, so what do they do? Why you got two people over there? They could be doing one or two things. So what, they making out? But if they was making out, why would they be making out on the outside of the car instead of on the inside? So it did make a lot of sense why you got two people, over in that area. It's too cold to be outside making out, so what are they doing?
Okay. It didn't make sense to you?
It didn't make sense to me.
And so we've established it didn't make sense to you, but you did not walk over there to see if there was anything going on?
No.
The next day, you didn't walk over there to see what was going on?
No.
Over the next month, you didn't walk over there to see what was going on?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now, Mr. Harris, I know we established a time frame when you were living at this house, and you say it was cold when you saw what you saw. Okay. But Mr. Harris, you can't remember a date that you saw this car?
20 years ago.
Okay. And you wouldn't be able to remember a month either?
No.
And you probably wouldn't be able to remember a year?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Harris, you said that you took the bus at this time, right?
Yes.
There was a bus stop close by?
Oh yeah, but I got a ride with a friend. The bus just started running at 4 in the morning.
Okay. When buses were running?
The first bus usually ran about 5 o'clock.
Where was the closest bus stop?
Probably about, once I came out, made a right, probably about 30 yards down the street.
Walking distance?
Yes, walking distance.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
Mr. Harris, you said that you saw two people getting out of the car. Well, you saw two people getting out of the car.
Getting in the car.
Two people getting in the car. Were you able to determine whether or not they were male, female, or think?
No.
You stated that it was cold outside the night you saw the car. Do you know roughly how long after you heard and saw the vehicle in the wooded area from seeing the news clip that the little boy was found in the woods?
I think it was probably a few months later. I want to say.
And when you saw the individuals get back in the vehicle, did you see anything in their hands?
No, I didn't.
All right, anything else for this witness?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you so much, sir. You're free to go. All right, let's.
Okay, trial day is almost over for today. Consider all that says most of my memories. I couldn't remember the month, day, or year. Maybe the season or where I lived in, but 25 yet? No way. Good memories here, right?
You have another quick witness. It's almost 5 o'clock. Do you have anybody who you could do rather quickly? No? Okay. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess for the day. For tomorrow, there are some matters that I need to address with counsel outside of your presence, so we're going to handle those first thing in the morning at 9, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a break and have you come in at 10 tomorrow instead. There's no point you sitting here in the jury room if I know we're going to be handling this other matter. We will do our best to finish by 10, so just be patient with us if it takes a little bit longer.
Okay, so when I saw, oh my word, they've got cameras in the courtroom, I was watching a little bit of their talks outside of the presence of the jury today, which of course you can see on the mainstream media outlets that are streaming this trial. There's a few of them, which is great. It's always good when they've got cameras in the courtroom. Always grateful, even if the cameraman zooms in and out and in and out. It's fine, at least we've got cameras, right? And I'm sure they'll get better over time. The point is, the issue they'll be discussing is with a medical examiner, Dr. Gonzalez, and it's about him from what I gathered, him not being able to say specific amounts of Benadryl and Tylenol that would have been in William's system. You know, the state was saying, well, it would have been toxic levels. The defense was saying, no, you can't prove that he had it even more than once. And there's a whole debate around that. So they're going to be talking about that at 9 o'clock in the morning. And then at 10, the jury is asked to be there. So they might start the trial day later, you know. And as you know, we're going to be delaying it by 2 to 2.5 hours or so. Okay. So just make sure that you are subscribed with your notifications on, and then just check in. You know, I'm sure you'll see when the trial starts elsewhere. And then just wait 2 to 2.5, max 3 hours, and then we'll start so that we can teleport through all the breaks. It's the best. I can't really bring myself to delay this by a full day because this trial, it's been 25 years to get to trial. We can't delay it more than just like a few hours, okay? I don't think I could deal with that either. I was just like, we have to watch this, okay? So we will meet again for day 2 tomorrow. It's just going to be a late start, just so we're on the same page. Let's just hear what else they've got to say here.
And same instructions remain in effect. Do not discuss the case. Don't talk to anybody. Don't research anything. Don't go out to any location that was mentioned today. If you see anybody involved in the case as you are leaving the building today, do not talk with them. They're not going to talk to you. And get some rest. And I told you it would be better than yesterday as far as the end of the day. Okay? All right. I'll see y'all in the morning. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, so that's the end of trial day 1 for this trial. And as we know, let me just take these things off quickly so we can chat a little bit. Is it this one? Sorry, I'm trying to take off the border. So there we go. I don't really want to take little William Hamilton off. There we go. So we're gonna be following this trial on the day it happens. A little bit delayed though. Make sure you look out for notifications. You should get one half an hour before I go live, and you should also get one a notification when I go live. If you really want like a reliable system, then Patreon is a great place to get notifications. And sometimes when it's just notifications for live streams, I just publish that to everyone now. So you could literally follow me on Patreon for free, kind of like you would on X. I also post on there, as do all the mods and lots of Grizzly. So if you follow me on X, my handle's at True Crime Gizzler. You'll see I also post it there, right? So if you just want to know when we're going live. Okay, so we will do that. Also, I do want to say, if you didn't follow this case, the trial prep with us from December 26th, the link is in the description box. I will also link it for you in this outro. So you're not going to be teleported now, okay? Because I've got some other things that I'm working on, and we might do that before. Hence I say, please subscribe, put your notifications on, because we might actually do another live stream earlier in the day. It might be a very good morning for you, as in early, when you're making your coffee in America. For me, it'll already be afternoon. So just look out for that, because there's many cases, of course, that I'm following and working on and all sorts of things. So we might meet sooner than that. There might be 2 live streams then tomorrow. I'm now going to do timestamps, and I'm telling you this in case you don't know what timestamps are. Look in the comments section. The very top comment will be one that I've pinned, and it will be me making timestamps for you. You can just click on those little blue numbers, and it will take you to the chapter that I've made for you, so that you could just see when there's key witnesses, things like that. I will do that for you now. I always do it for my live streams, unless, of course, it's very short. Sometimes then it's like a 20-minute video or live stream, then I don't do it because it's just 20 minutes. But like this, I'll definitely do it. It's there in the description box. You can also hover over the replay and see it there. Okay? So, yeah, this was Kim says, thanks, G. Was good watching the defluff trial. So it was a little different to the Jesse Kershevsky trial. That was a full day delay, and I defluffed everything and made it all pretty and everything with the borders. This is just a delayed one by a few hours so that we can just skip through lunch break and all that. Okay. So, yeah, Angie says it's like 11 p.m. your time. It is. It's 11:15 my time. And I get up at 5 for gym, so it's bedtime. Timestamps, bedtime, gym time. Then I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the channel. Number 1 way to support me is directly on PayPal or check out Patreon. Those are the 2 top ways, okay? If you want to buy me a coffee or do anything like that, go to my website, grizzlytruecrime.com, and you could see the support page there with all the ways to support the work that I do. And you could spoil the mods. Please do. If you scroll down on my support page, you'll see the mod coffee. It's a completely different link to my coffee place, okay? There's a mod tip jar. Go there, spoil the mods, and I'm sure they'll appreciate it as well. So I'll see you tomorrow, everyone. Stay safe, and please share with hashtag William DaShawn Hamilton. I mean, it took 23 years to know this little boy's name. Let's share it far and wide and honor the people that worked so hard for so long, decades, to get to this day. 25 years later, we're watching a trial. It's unbelievable. So thank you so much, everyone, and I will see you again very soon. Stay safe.